When love defies all odds and enemies turn into something more, a story of forbidden passion and heartbreak unfolds in the wizarding world. Welcome to Grimoire Audiobooks, where unforgettable stories come to life. Today, we're diving into Remember Me by Valaryen, a Dramione fanfiction that weaves romance, redemption, and mystery into the magic of Harry Potter. Disclaimer: as always, this audiobook is based on a fan-created story and is not part of the official Harry Potter canon. All rights to the original series belong to J.K. Rowling. This adaptation is for entertainment purposes and to celebrate the creativity of the fanfiction community. Remember Me is a poignant and captivating story that explores the complicated relationship between Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger. Written by Valaryen, this fanfiction is celebrated for its deep emotions, complex character arcs, and the undeniable chemistry that defines the Dramione pairing. With fanfiction continuing to be a cornerstone of the Harry Potter fandom, Dramione stories like Remember Me hold a special place in fans' hearts for their ability to challenge traditional boundaries and bring new depth to beloved characters. If you love stories that push boundaries and capture the heart, consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. Members get access to exclusive perks, early uploads, and behind-the-scenes content. Your support helps us continue bringing these magical stories to life. Now, let's begin this unforgettable journey into love, loss, and redemption with Remember Me. Remember Me, Dramione by Valaryen. Author's note: this isn't a story that has a direct storyline. Instead, the story is about each Dramione moment throughout the 7 years of Hogwarts. It has a planned 56 chapters, each one being a different scene. Also, the only editing this story has had is the brief reread before I post a chapter, but at the completion of this story, this book will undergo editing. So even if you're just letting me know, I would prefer it if you didn't comment the mistakes that are evident. Please vote/comment and enjoy the story. Chapter 1. Draco's POV. She was there on my boat. The small girl with the bushy hair and brown eyes, standing out in contrast to the others, yet I found her so intriguing. She was talking to a girl with black hair and innocent eyes about what she knew of Hogwarts. There was this urge running through me to get to know her, so I went with my instinct and decided to speak up. You talk a lot, but I haven't heard you mention your name. Say, what is it? I grinned, watching as she looked up from the girl. I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. And this is Pansy Parkinson. Hermione smiled, motioning to herself and the black-haired girl next to her. What's your name? I'm Draco Malfoy, I responded, smirking slightly. Are you named after the constellation? Hermione asked eagerly. Yes, I am, I smiled. She smiled back, a toothy grin lining her face, and returned talking to Pansy, who hung onto every word Hermione said. Finally, we arrived at Hogwarts, and the gamekeeper, Hagrid, or whatever his name was, brought us all up to the castle. We all walked into the Great Hall. All the other years were already seated. In front of me, I could hear Hermione talking to Pansy, something about the roof being bewitched to look like the night sky. I looked up, and sure enough, there were stars and galaxies above us, which looked cool. After all, my mom's side of my family are named after stars. All of us first years crowded around the stage where a lone stool with a tattered hat stood. Professor McGonagall, an older teacher with a serious expression, explained what we had to do. She picked up the list of names and read out the first one, which happened to be Hermione. Hermione looked nervous as she walked up the front, sitting down on the stool and closing her eyes. I could hear the youngest Weasley saying she was mental, but I decided not to retaliate on that. After a few seconds, the hat made its decision, yelling out Gryffindor. I let out a small groan as she got up of the stool, grinning, and walked over to the Gryffindor table. After a girl called Susan Bones was sorted into Hufflepuff, my name was called. I swaggered up to the front and sat down on the stool, the hat only grazing my head before it shouted Slytherin. I smirked as I strolled over to the Slytherin table, sitting down next to a fourth year. I glanced over at the Gryffindor table to find Hermione looking over, giving a small, sad smile, which I returned. This is definitely going to be a difficult friendship. Chapter 2. Draco's POV. I walked into the library to find Hermione sitting alone in the library, books stacked on either side of her. I smiled to myself as I walked over to her, sitting across from her. She looked up from her book and gave a brief smile before looking back down, furiously scribbling things down on her parchment as she read. I sat back and looked at her. The way her hair fell over her face as she leant down to write something, and the way her forehead creases ever so slightly when she reads. "You know, Draco, you shouldn't stare. Some people say it's rude," she said, not looking up. "Well, do you think it's rude?" asked her. "Not when it's you." I heard her mutter, a blush evident on her cheeks. "Is that so?" I smirked. She stuttered. "It's okay, because I enjoy staring at you." I chuckled. She looked up and grinned, my face mirroring hers. She returned to her book and began to write again, and I couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. "What?" She looked up, her eyebrow raised. "I'm just admiring how much you loved your homework." "What's it for anyway?" I asked. "Transfiguration. It's really quite easy," she responded. I nodded and pulled out some parchment from my bag, asking if I could borrow one of her books so I could start on my own Transfiguration homework. She's definitely mental. Look at her, hanging out with Malfoy. A voice snickered. Both our heads shot up to see who said that, only to see Weasley and Potter walking past. "Don't worry. They're just jealous because you're so much smarter than them." I smiled, turning back around to face Hermione, who had sunk down in her chair, hurt written across her face. She smiled briefly and reached across to grab my hand. "Thank you," she whispered before letting go, once again returning to her homework. I just sat there frozen, admiring how her touch could send so many sparks through my body. Chapter 3. Hermione's POV. I was walking with Filch towards Hagrid's hut, along with Harry, Ron, and Draco. Stupid Malfoy got Harry, Ron, and I on detention, but he ended up getting one himself. "You'll be serving detention with Hagrid tonight, in the Forbidden Forest," Filch drawled. "The Dark Forest? We can't go in there." Draco gulped. "There's werewolves in there." "There's a lot more than werewolves in there, dearie." Filch smirked. "This is all your fault," I grumbled to Draco, barging past him. "Hermione, I'm sorry for getting you on detention. It's just that Potter was there, and I want to get him in trouble for something," Draco shouted as I kept on walking away, Harry and Ron way ahead of us. "Well, you shouldn't have been spying on us anyway. Hagrid might get in big trouble now, all because of you," I groaned, turning around to face him angrily. "Well, it's not my fault that he had a dragon in his hut, is it?" Draco sighed. "No, but Hagrid is my friend, and I would hate to see him get in trouble by some nosy boy who can't stay out of other people's business," I said, turning around and walking away again. "I already said I'm sorry." Draco yelled out to me. "Whatever," I whispered, running up to the two boys. I was surprised that they didn't hear any of Draco and I's fight, because it was pretty loud. He walked up beside me, and out of the cone of my eye, I could see him looking at me, his gray eyes stormy and sad. I reached out and grabbed his hand, unable to stay mad at him. He smiled at me and squeezed my hand back, before pulling away. The warmth from his touch still lingered on my hand, and I couldn't help but blush, Harry and Ron looking at me weirdly when we stopped in front of Hagrid's hut. Chapter 4. Draco's POV. 50 points for cool logic? That is just pathetic. Stupid Dumbledore, and his need to give the biggest losers in Gryffindor house points, making us come second. I could see Hermione in tears as people all around her were hugging and congratulating her, her cheeks the color of a beetroot. She looked over at me and smiled, but I returned it with a deadly glare. I saw her roll her eyes and return to talking with Potter, both of them hugging each other. I could feel jealousy run through my veins as I watched the two. "You okay, Malfoy? You keep on staring at Granger," Goyle asked. "I'm plotting my revenge." I lied. Goyle just laughed and turned to Crabbe, grabbing a handful of potatoes whilst he was at it. Soon, almost everyone cleared out of the Great Hall, including Crabbe and Goyle. I saw the trio leaving their seats, so I decided to follow them. Once we were all out of the hall, I looked around for any teachers, but we were the only ones in the corridor. I walked in front of them, stopping them all in their tracks. 50 points for cool logic? You've got to be kidding me. I sneered, looking at Hermione. "Oh, shut up, Malfoy," Weasley said angrily. "Like you can talk. 50 points for a stupid game of chess? I think our headmaster really has gone senile." I smirked. "You see, unlike you, we actually care about our friends, and the both of us got points for doing exactly that. So please go away and wallow in your self-pity somewhere else, because none of us want to hear it," Hermione challenged. Weasley and Potter were snickering behind her at me, so I narrowed my eyes at all three of them. "You better watch your mouth, all of you," I hissed. "Is that really all you can come up with for a comeback? And you call us pathetic? Come on, guys. He's just jealous because we're better than him." Hermione smirked, walking off, the two boys behind her. "Stupid Gryffindors," I muttered, walking off down to the dungeons, remembering when Hermione was still innocent, before she became friends with Potter and the Weasel, when we were still good friends. Chapter 5. Draco's POV. Draco. "Care to explain why you've come second in your year for?" My father drawled. I gulped and looked up, meeting his eye, not saying anything. "Well," he smirked. "I really did try my hardest, father, I swear," I said quickly. "I can tell there's a reason, Draco. Please tell." "I did try my hardest, but about halfway through I got a little distracted by a certain girl in my class," I stated, my cheeks starting to heat up. "And you think it's acceptable to get shitty marks on your exams all because of a girl?" Father growled. "No, father," I muttered. "Speak louder and clearer," he shouted. "No, father." I spoke louder. "Now tell me, who is this girl anyway?" he asked. "Her name's Hermione Granger. Some people say she's not pretty, but I think otherwise. And she's so smart, and what makes it even better is that she's a muggle-born, and she knows so dash. You came second best to a mudblood, and you've had feelings for one too?" My father bellowed, bringing his hand to my face and slapping it so hard it felt numb. "Lucius," my mother shouted, rushing over to my father. He looked over at my mother and brought his hand back down to his side, watching as she flickered her eyes between the handprint on my cheek and his red hand. "How hard did you hit him, Lucius?" she whispered to him. "He deserved it. He's been liking a mudblood, and he came second best to her in every single exam." My father growled. My mother glared at my father before turning to me and softening her gaze. "Draco, go to your room now," she said quietly. "You better wipe all feelings you have for this mudblood, or otherwise there will be consequences much worse than a single slap. It's a good thing that she'll be wiped out this year." He hissed at me as I walked past him. As soon as I was out of his sight, I sprinted into my room and slammed the door shut, walking into the ensuite. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and traced the outline of the purple handprint with my finger, watching as the tears fell carelessly, thinking of how pathetic I was to be crying over a mudblood like her. But it wasn't that simple. Nothing in life is simple these days. Chapter 6. Draco's POV. I finally saw it after weeks of looking for it. The book that can solve it all. I decided to rip out the page. After all, it could save lives. It could save her life. I folded the sheet and pocketed it, putting it into my robes. I was walking down the stairs when I saw Potter with the Weasleys, and I felt a sudden anger take over me. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Famous Harry Potter can't even go to a bookshop without making the front page. I growled. Leave him alone. The girl Weasley, who I didn't know her name, spoke up, stepping forward. Oh, look, Potter. Got yourself a girlfriend? I grinned maliciously. She took a step back and blushed a furious shade of red, and I couldn't help but chuckle to myself until I felt a familiar object slam down on my shoulder. I rolled my eyes and stepped aside, allowing my father to do whatever he pleased, which happened to be introducing himself to Potter and trying to put the familiar black diary into someone's possession. I inwardly groaned and looked around, but froze when I locked eyes with the familiar brown ones. Hermione was walking through the crowd and stood next to me, but leaving enough room to make it not look suspicious. She had gotten prettier over the holidays. Even though her hair was still bushy and her teeth were still crooked, her face had matured, and she had grown slightly taller. I was too busy staring at her that I drowned out everything around me, but snapped back when she began to talk. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. Father turned around and looked at Hermione, his eyebrow raised and a smirk on his face. And you must be Miss Granger, he drawled, looking over at me. Oh yes, Draco's told me all about you and your parents. Muggles, aren't they? Hermione gave him a deadly glare, taking a step back next to me as he began to insult the Weasleys. Are you okay? I whispered. Yeah, I'm fine. Hermione whispered back, smiling a little. Good, sorry about him. He's just in another bad mood again. I sighed. It's okay, it's not your fault, she said, her cheeks turning slightly pink for some reason. I looked back over to where my father was standing, and I watched as he walked out of the store, which meant my cue to leave. I walked over to Potter and Weasley, putting a sneer on my face. See you at school, I said to the both of them, then turning towards Hermione, who was looking up at me, softening my gaze ever so slightly before stepping out of the shop. Chapter 7. Hermione's POV. I walked into an empty compartment with Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, who was starting this year. Neither of us knew where Harry or Ron were, even though Ginny said they were right behind her when her and the Weasleys were at the wall. I was about to close the door when a pale hand stopped me. I looked up to see Draco Malfoy staring at me, a smirk on his face. Granger, he greeted. Malfoy, I replied back, raising an eyebrow. Oh, look who it is, it's Potter's girlfriend. He grinned smugly. Ginny turned as red as her hair as she tried to hide her face in her robes. What do you want, Malfoy? I asked, sighing. To talk to you, of course. He responded like it was the most obvious thing in the world. And insult us? Because it doesn't seem like you want to be friendly, I said. I haven't insulted you, Granger. Only Weasley here. And I said I wanted to talk to you, not Weasley, he retorted. Ugh, fine. There's no point trying to stop you anyway, I grumbled, moving aside from the door to let him in. No, there isn't any point because I don't take no for an answer when I want something. Draco smirked, walking in and sitting on the seat opposite of Ginny, causing her to bring her robes higher over her face. Of course you don't, I mumbled. Where's Crabbe and Goyles? I asked. I left them. They were being too annoying and stupid. And I might ask a similar question. Where the hell are Potter and Weasley? They are, well, we don't exactly know where they are, I admitted. Oh well, it means I can stay in here without being insulted. He grinned, putting his feet up on the seats. Yes. Yes, it does, I said to myself as I sat down next to him, trying my hardest not to blush as he kept on leaning against me the entire train ride. Chapter 8. Draco's POV. I was standing with my Quidditch team, showing off our new Nimbus 2001s to the Gryffindor team. Hermione and Weasley walked over, and I narrowed my eyes ever so slightly. Not because of who it was walking over, but because Weasley was standing awfully close to Hermione. "Those are Nimbus 2001s. Weasley gasped. "Yes." "You see, Weasley, unlike some, my father can afford the best." I drawled lazily. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in. They got it off pure talent. Hermione spoke up, stepping forward. I was slightly taken aback that she came out and said that, but I didn't let anyone see or even know that. "Nobody asked for your opinion. Filthy little mudblood." I spat at her, the first insult coming to my head. Her brave face immediately fell and was replaced by one with hurt. Tears began to well up in her eyes, but I could tell she was determined not to let any of them fall. The Gryffindor team were all shouting insults at me, whilst the Slytherin team kept on sniggering. "You'll pay for that one, Malfoy," Weasley hissed, "eat slugs." His curse would have gotten my square in the chest if it wasn't for his broken wand, causing his curse to backfire onto himself instead. Weasley turned his back to us and made a retching noise. Then what appeared to be a slug appeared on the ground. The Gryffindor team all ran to Ron's side as he threw up another slug. I couldn't control my laughter as I continued to watch Weasley scrunch up his face before vomiting up another slug. "Are you okay, Ron?" Hermione asked Weasley, looking worried. I immediately stopped laughing when I heard the slightest fault in her voice, the Slytherins not even noticing my concern for the Gryffindor. Hermione and Potter finally pulled Weasley off the ground and began to walk him to the hospital wing. As she passed me, our eyes locked, causing her eyes to water up again. She turned her attention to Weasley after he threw up yet another slug, but instead of laughing like the rest of my team, I felt horrible and wished that the curse actually hit me instead of backfiring. Because I deserved everything I got for saying that to her. Chapter 9. Hermione's POV. There were two groups in the hospital wing, the Gryffindors, all cramped around Harry's bed, and the Slytherins, all standing around Draco's. All of us Gryffindors turned our heads towards the Slytherins as they all walked out, except for Draco, who was still laying down on his bed, his eyes closed. "Perhaps you guys should go too. I don't want you getting in trouble for staying here too late. Plus, there will probably be a party in the common room because of our win, so go there and have some fun." Harry spoke up. Everyone said their goodbyes as Madame Pomfrey came around to give Harry his sleeping potion to try and reduce the pain he will have from regrowing his bones. I hung back and waited until Harry was asleep before walking over to Draco's bed. "Are you still awake?" I whispered. Draco didn't respond. He just remained there with his eyes shut, so I figured he was sleeping. "I know you can't hear me, but I just want to say a couple of things. I hope you do feel better tomorrow because I watched as you fell, and I was a pretty big fall. I also wanted to say that even though you hate me, I don't hate you. I don't think I ever can." I sighed, standing up to leave the hospital wing. "I'm sorry for calling you a mudblood." Draco's soft voice sounded, startling me. I turned around to see him sitting up, well awake. "I forgive you." I smiled at the blonde. "And don't you ever think that I hate you, because I don't," he said sternly but kindly. "Thank you," I whispered. "Please stay with me until I go," he pleaded. "But what if someone sees Dash? No one will come in here, and Potter's asleep over there, so he won't know either," Draco stated, motioning to Harry, who was snoring quietly. "Fine," I smiled, sitting on the edge of his bed. "Thank you," he grinned, putting his head back onto the pillow. Chapter 10. Hermione's POV. I sat in my bed, looking at the two boys in front of me, the both of them looking guilty. "Harry, Ron, what is it?" I asked. Harry stood up and turned his back towards my bed, causing me to roll my eyes. Well then, Ron, why are the both of you looking like you just murdered someone? I questioned jokingly. It's about Malfoy. We didn't tell you everything that he said. Ron sighed, sitting on the edge of my bed. What about him? I thought you told me everything, I said, furrowing my eyebrow. Not everything, Harry muttered without turning around. Harry, I don't think we should tell her. Ron told Harry. No, you came here to tell me, so do it. I butted in.
Fine.
When Malfoy said that a mudblood died last time the chamber was open, he said that one will probably die this time. He said he wanted it to be you. Harry growled, finally turning around. Dubbit, I whispered. He wants you dead, Hermione. Harry said again. I inhaled a deep breath and put on a fake happy face. Well, I guess he won't be getting his wish anytime soon, will he? I joked, smiling a smile they believed to be real. Are you okay, Hermione? Ron asked. I'm fine. Now, shouldn't you be going back to the common room? I told them. Okay, fine. Ron smiled. Bye, Hermione, was all Harry said before walking away. Bye, Hermione. I really hope you're okay. I mean, it was pretty harsh, Ron whispered, following Harry. I'm all right, trust me. I yelled out after him, but on the inside, my heart cracked into a million pieces. Chapter 11. Draco's POV. I pulled out the page I've been keeping in my back pocket for weeks, finally ready to give it to the brunette. I sighed as I looked across the classroom, her bushy hair and her raised hand standing out. I counted down the minutes until the school bell that indicated end of class rang. I waited until the class began to empty out, or otherwise it would be deemed suspicious to any onlookers, although it kind of was. I began to walk over to Hermione, who was packing her bag, standing alone because Potter and Weasley had last-minute Quidditch practice. Hey, Granger, I greeted, stopping in front of her and handing her one of her books. She looked at me before resuming backing away her books, but I could have sworn I saw the slightest bit of hurt flash across her features. I have something to give you, I told her, pulling out the page which was neatly folded.
What?
Is it a note telling me to kill myself? Is it something that will remind me how much you want me dead? She spat. Hermione?
What are you talking about?
I questioned. You know very well what I'm talking about, and I'm leaving it at that. She responded before beginning to walk away. Granger, please. Just take this. It could save your life. I don't know how you found out about what I said, but if I really did hate you that much, I would have never done this for you. So please just take it. I pleaded. Fine, but what is it? She asked, unfolding it. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I know you're smart enough to work it out. Please keep safe, Hermione. I whispered. I was about to walk away when she flung her arms around me, taking me by surprise. Thank you, Draco, Hermione muttered in my ear as I wrapped my own arms around her. Anytime, I mumbled, ignoring the zoo that seemed to escape in my stomach whenever I laid eyes on the girl. Chapter 12. Draco's POV. I walked into the quiet hospital wing and looked around, only receiving silence and darkness. I spotted the bed that occupied Hermione, who was frozen, her mouth open slightly as if she gasped before being petrified. I'm so sorry, Hermione, I whispered to her, kneeling down beside her bed. I grabbed her cold, pale hand and gave it a small squeeze, hoping that she would return back to normal just like that, but nothing happened, just like I knew it would. I shouldn't have waited so long to give you the sheet. It could have protected you, but I was scared and I was a coward, therefore leaving it too late. I sighed. I let go of her hand and picked up the bunch of flowers I had brought with me, placing them on her bedside table. My eyes grazed over the colorful "Get Well Soon" cards, and I couldn't help myself from picking a couple up and reading what I had to say. I can't believe you. Hermione Granger, of all people, got petrified. You're such a kind and caring person, and you are what made classes interesting with your brightness and knowledge.
Everything is so much more quieter now.
I really do hope you get unpetrified soon, because everything is so lonely without you. Love, Hannah. I put back the first letter, who was from Hannah Abbott, with the others and picked up another one, but put it straight back on the table when I saw it was from Ginny Weasley. I sighed to myself as I moved away from the table and returned back to Hermione's bedside, and to my dismay, she was still laying in the same position. I know you can't hear me, Granger, but I want you to know that I can't even eat or think properly knowing that I was the one who caused this to you. Because like I said before, if I had just given you that page earlier, you would have known what to do and how to prevent getting petrified or killed. I mumbled. I sat there for another 5 minutes before standing up. Good night, Hermione, I whispered, planting a kiss on her forehead, something I would never do if she was fine. I walked out of the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey not even noticing I was in there, and walked back to the cold dungeons, my whole body drowning in guilt and sadness, all of it contained on the inside, not once letting my mask of emotion break as I walked into the common room. Chapter 13. Draco's POV. She was safe. She was back to normal, and that's all that mattered. The mandrakes were finally ready, and all those who had been petrified were fine and walking around once again. I was walking alone to my next class in an almost deserted hallway when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and saw a mass of frizzy brown hair and lunged at the person immediately, wrapping my arms around their small body. Hermione, I breathed, closing my eyes for a second, then pulling back to look at her.
Hey.
She grinned. How are you feeling? I asked. Very good, actually. She beamed. I'm just so glad that you're unpetrified. I would never be able to forgive myself if you were still petrified. It's all my fault you got petrified in the first place. If I had just plucked up the courage to give you that sheet earlier, none of this would have happened, and you could have kept safe, and Stop talking. Hermione smiled, placing a soft finger on my lips. I don't blame anything on you. It was thanks to you that Harry and Ron knew what to do in order to save us all. Why you don't blame me? I questioned, shocked. Hermione shook her head with a smile on her face, then let out a small chuckle. I could never blame it on you. I grinned and threw my arms around her again, my smile becoming even wider as she put her own arms around me. Thank you, I whispered in her ear. We hugged each other for a good whole minute, doing nothing but enjoying each other's embraces. We better get to class, she stated, pulling out of the hug. Yeah, we do, I agreed, grabbing a hold of her hand as we began walking, feeling 2 racing pulses as she interlocked her fingers with mine. Chapter 14. Draco's POV. Everything suddenly turned dark and cold as the train began to rattle, then stopping. My heart rate began to accelerate as I heard screaming from multiple compartments. Crabbe Goyle, in here? I demanded, opening up the closest compartment door and running inside. Suddenly, a wave of sadness hit me, almost like all the happiness was gone. Images of Hermione's frozen, still body flashed across my mind. Granger, I mumbled. Malfoy. A voice questioned. Who's there? I asked. It's Fred. Fred Weasley. And George and Lee too. The voice, who turned out to be one of the twin Weasleys, replied. Why are you in our compartment? The other twin Weasley asked. There's a giant Dementor outside. Not something I particularly want to be standing next to. I told him. Well, maybe you should. Perhaps it will do us all some good if it attacks you. Lee Jordan spoke up. Oh, shut up. I leered.
What was that?
Goyle asked. It was a Dementi, you idiot. Either Fred or George Weasley sneered. Shut up, would you? It might come back. I hissed. Scared are you, Malfoy? The twins laughed mockingly. No, of course not. I just don't want it coming back because everyone here beside me will be attacked, and I don't want the blame for it. I lied. But in reality, I was terrified. Not for my own safety, but because it was heading down to Hermione's compartment. Chapter 15. Hermione's POV. I was walking to my next class, enjoying the peace and quiet, when I heard Draco's snickering behind me. Granger, how's Potter? Does he need to go to the hospital wing again because he fainted? Draco snickered behind me. I angrily turned around to face him, narrowing my eyes. Do you ever shut up, Malfoy? I spat. Whoa, Granger, calm down. He smirked, putting up his hands. Ugh, you infuriate me so damn much. I groaned. Well, maybe you shouldn't choose weak-ass friends who faint at the sight of a Dementor. Draco retorted. You see, that's the thing. You tease Harry about fainting, yet Fred and George said that you were freaking out majorly when the Dementor came near you. I yelled. So? At least I didn't faint, he replied. This is what you don't understand. Harry didn't faint at the sight of the Dementor. He fainted because he had to relive his darkest memory, which was when his parents were killed, right in front of him. But that doesn't explain why you were freaking out. Here you are, teasing and making fun of Harry for doing what an ordinary witch or wizard who has lived memories like him would do when you were freaking out yourself. I shouted actually. I was scared because I was scared for you, Granger. He yelled above me, taking me by surprise. What? I whispered. I was scared for your safety, Hermione. All I was thinking about was you, and hoping that you would be safe. Draco smiled. I brought my hand up to his cheek, watching as he flinched when I softly placed my hand on his smooth skin. Thank you, I grinned, but you know me. I'm the brightest witch of our age. Nothing can happen to me. I brought my hand back down to my side and turned around, walking to Transfiguration alone, leaving him standing there. Chapter 16. Hermione's POV. Draco was standing in front of the Buckbeak, the hippogriff, his hand on the animal's long beak. This is very easy. Draco smirked. I knew it must have been. If Potter could do it. He looked over at me, and I returned it with a deadly glare. I bet you're not dangerous at all, are you? He said to the hippogriff. Are you, you ugly great brute? The hippogriff turned from calm to furious in under a millisecond. I let out a gasp as it stood up on its hind legs and began to attack Draco, who let out an ear-piercing, high-pitched scream. Hagrid tried to wrestle Buckbeak while Draco laid on the ground, withering in pain, clutching his arm. I could feel my cheeks pale when I caught sight of the blood seeping out of the large gash, causing the grass and his robes to turn red. Hagrid, he needs to be taken to the hospital. I cried, running forward. Hagrid nodded and picked up Draco in one swift motion whilst I ran to the gate and opened them up. As Hagrid walked past with Draco in his arms, Draco and I connected eyes, mine filled with hurt. Be strong, I mouthed to him, and I saw him give a brief nod. Harry and Ron stood either side of me, watching as Hagrid ran up the hill. Do you reckon he's going to be okay? I asked quietly. Who knows? Harry replied as we began to walk to the Great Hall. What about Hagrid? Do you reckon he'll get sacked? Ron questioned. I hope not. It's all Malfoy's fault why Buckbeak got mad. Hagrid warned us not to insult a hippogriff, but bloody Malfoy decided to go and do that, and on Hagrid's first day of teaching too. Harry answered angrily. I hummed in agreement, but said nothing more, my mind wandering off to the blonde. Chapter 17. Draco's POV. I was trying so hard to restrain myself from saying anything as Snape kept on insulting Hermione. Insufferable know-it-all. Well, maybe she is, but she's probably 10 times smarter than he is anyway. I glanced back over at her and felt my anger level rise even more. There in her eyes were tears. Tears caused by the stupid, greasy-haired teacher teaching. I sat through the rest of the class, not paying attention to anything but the end of class bell. Hermione practically ran out of the classroom, so I decided to follow her. "Hermione," I yelled out after her. She turned around and gave me a brief wave before turning back around and hurrying off. "Granger, wait up," I called out, running up to her. "Draco, now's really not the time, Dash. I don't think you're an insufferable know-it-all. Yeah, you know a lot, but look at where it gets you. You're a bloody amazing witch." I smiled. "Really?"
she questioned.
"Positive," I replied. "Well, thank you. Although, as much as I do want to stay around and chat, I really do have to get going," she said nervously. "Do you have to?" I asked. "Yes, I'm really sorry," she answered, waving before running ahead and into another corridor. I stood standing alone for a good minute, staring at the spot where she just was. My dear little Drakey is all upset and alone because his darling Hermie left him. I heard my best friend Blaze snicker in a mocking voice behind me. I turned around and hit him across the back of the head playfully. "Ow, you've given me severe brain damage now. My looks won't be up to standard anymore, and I'm going to become less attractive, Dash." I silenced him by hitting him across the head again, only this time slightly harder. Okay. I get it. You wish I was Granger instead, don't you?" Blaze grinned. "Shut up, Sabine," I sneered, giving him a good third hit on his head. "All right, I'll stop now," he groaned, causing me to burst out laughing. Chapter 18. Hermione's POV. I stared at the shrieking shack in awe, Ron standing beside me, listening to me whilst I droned on about the ancient, haunted building. "Are you two shopping for your dream home? Isn't it a bit grand for you Weasleys?" I heard the familiar voice of a particular Slytherin. "Shut up, Malfoy," Ron growled, spinning around. "Oh, not so friendly, are we?" Draco smirked, ignoring me whilst he focused on insulting Ron. "Boys, I think it's time we teach Weasel here how to respect his superiors." I hated it when Draco insulted one of my best friends, so I decided to speak up. "I hope you don't mean yourself." I smirked. He turned his gray eyes on me, not saying anything for a good 2 seconds. "How dare you talk to me, filthy little mudblood?" He spat. "Is that seriously the best you can come up with?" I asked rhetorically, rolling my eyes, not once letting my brave facade fall, making him think what he says doesn't hurt, when in reality, it kills. He narrowed his eyes at me and was about to say something else when a snowball hit the back of his head, sending snow flying at multiple different directions. "Who's there?" he yelled out into the air, jumping back next to me. He clutched onto my arm and continued to hold it as seconds passed, but I flicked him off, still angry and upset by his previous words. Another snowball flew from the sky, this time landing on his bare nose. He let out a small scream and began to run away when he tripped over nothing, causing him to fall head first into the soft, cold snow. Both Crabbe and Goyle tried to run away, but both of them faced invisible obstacles of their own. After an amusing 10 minutes of laughing and watching the 3 Slytherins struggle to run away with all their clothing still on their body and their feet flat on the ground, Draco finally ran off, with Goyle following right behind him. Crabbe, on the other hand, was still trying to pull his pants back up, but gave up and ran away when he realized he was the only one left. I didn't even realize I had tears from laughter running down my cheek as a stitch began to form in my stomach from lack of oxygen. The invisible source came up behind both Ron and I and began to pull our hair and beanies, but I wasn't scared because I knew exactly who it was. Harry? I laughed. I began to tell him how good he was for doing that, not even bothering to scold him for doing it to Draco, because Malfoy got exactly what he deserved. Chapter 19. Hermione's POV. I stormed out of the Gryffindor common room with tears of both anger and sadness exploding from my eyes. My vision was blurry, so I had no idea where I was going, causing me to run headfirst into someone. I wiped my eyes and muttered an apology, not even bothering to see who it was, when two hands grabbed both my arms. "Whoa, Granger, hold up," the guy said, and I groaned when once again I recognized the voice. "Piss off, Malfoy," I muttered, more tears falling. "Hermione, what's wrong?" he asked, his voice suddenly turning from cocky to gentle. I shook my head and refused to look at him whilst I tried to escape his strong grasp. "Granger, please just tell me what's wrong," he demanded kindly. "It's Ron," I mumbled. "What did the weasel do to you?" Draco questioned. "He hates me, all because my cat apparently, I did quotation marks in the air, ate his stupid rat, when I know Crookshanks didn't. Ron also is continuously calling me mental and insane because I'm taking heaps of classes and am doing loads of work. I really don't know what I did to him, though." I cried all in one breath. Draco didn't say anything but pulled me into his strong arms, holding me against his body, my head on his chest, his heartbeat sounding in my ear. "I don't think you're insane. I think you're beyond brilliant," he whispered in my ear, his warm breath tickling my ear and neck. "Really?" I asked, gazing up at him. "Really?" he confirmed, smiling. "Thank you," I whispered, placing my head back on his chest. "Don't ever listen to what the weasel is telling you. He really isn't worth it." Draco sighed, putting his chin on the top of my head. A new set of tears began to fall, creating small patterns on his shirt, but this time, they were tears of happiness. Chapter 20. Draco's POV. Crabbe and Goyle were standing on either side of me as we gazed down at Hagrid's hut where the stupid hippogriff that almost took my arm off was lying. "Look who it is," Crabbe said to the both of us, pointing up the hill where the Gryffindor trio were walking down. Come to see the show?" I asked sarcastically. Hermione ran forward and had an expression that made her look like she was about to kill. You foul, loathsome, evil little cockroach," Hermione shouted, running down in front of me and pushing her wand into my throat. I had never seen this side of her before, and in all honesty, I was truly terrified. Sorry," I whimpered. Instead of removing her wand like I hoped she would, she pushed it even further into my neck, almost cutting off my air supply. "Hermione, no. He's not worth it," Weasley told her. She looked straight into my eyes, the normal friendly spark no longer there, and instead was replaced by something that could make you turn in your sleep. Ever so slowly, she lowered her wand, making sure to drag it roughly down the length of my neck. Once the wand was fully by her side, I looked over at both my friends and began to laugh, pretending that what just happened had zero effect on me. But that was the wrong move. Hermione brought her fist up to my nose in one swift motion, my nose breaking to one side, blood dripping down my chin as a loud crack echoed around us all. The force of the blow sent me flying backwards, and if it wasn't for Crabbe and Goyle catching me as I fell, I would have fallen down right on my ass. When I had returned to standing on my feet again, I looked at my fingers and noticed that they were covered in blood, so obviously my face would be too. I ran off without saying a word to anyone, nor did I even look back. Once I was a safe distance away, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. "Not a word to anyone, you got it?" I hissed at my fellow Slytherins, who both nodded their heads vigorously. "I'll get that mudblood one day." Chapter 21. Draco's POV. I was sitting in the library late at night, completing all my last-minute homework and studying for my upcoming exams. I was staring out the window, trying to think of the answer to one of the questions on my charms paper, when something caught my eye. A mass of brown hair was sprinting next to a boy with black. I would know that bird's nest of curls anywhere, but why she was outside running with Potter was beyond me. Suddenly, Hermione and Potter ran past again in the same direction, making me extremely confused. I pressed my face up against the glass to get a better look when I saw something that almost made me choke on my own air supple. There were 2 Hermiones and 2 Potters, both lurking around the Black Lake. One pair of them would be surely using Polyjuice Potion, because there is no other way that there could be exact replicas of the exact same people, with both duos moving and well alive. Then it hit me. It must be a time turner. I had seen the golden chain hang out from under Hermione's clothes once, so my guess is that it's that. Especially because the back pair are being extremely wary of the other one. But the question was, why were they out there late at night, using a time turner, and acting like they had to complete the mission like their life depended on it? I looked out the window again and saw that they were gone, and a sudden feeling flowed through my veins. Despite the fact that the bushy-haired brunette gave me a severely broken nose just hours before, I was scared, even terrified, that something might happen to her. I was praying in my head that Potter would be able to keep her safe, because there are things that could happen to her just by being in the presence of Potter. There's the Dementors that roam the outskirts of the school, but have made their presence known when Potter's around. And then there's Sirius Black, the killer who is rumored to be somewhere in the school, just roaming around free. I was just praying that she knows how to defend herself, but then again, she is the brightest witch of our age, but I just couldn't erase the worry that engulfed me. Because no matter how much the beaver infuriates me, she really does fuck around with my emotions. Chapter 22. Draco's POV. I was standing in the trees, watching as the Death Eaters emerged and began to attack the Muggles. There were flashes of green light illuminating the night sky, causing the trees to glow each time a spell was shot. I heard a loud thump and turned sharply, but couldn't see anything. What happened? Ron, where are you? Oh, this is stupid Blumos. A light erupted from the person's wand, revealing the face of Hermione, with Potter standing behind her and Weasley sprawled across the ground. I tripped over a tree root. Weasley said angrily, standing up. Well, with feet that size, it's hard not to. I snickered, making my presence known. The trio turned to face me, and if looks could kill, I would have been killed 3 times. Fuck off, Malfoy. Weasley growled. Language, Weasley. I smirked. Hermione gave me a look, but couldn't figure out what it meant, although it wasn't friendly. Hadn't you better be hurrying along now? You wouldn't want her spotted, would you? I said, nodding towards Hermione. What's that supposed to mean? She said defiantly. Granger, they're after Muggles. I said softly, but harshened my tone a bit. Do you want to be showing off your knickers in midair? Because if you do hang around, they're moving this way, and it would give us all a laugh. Hermione's a witch. Potter snarled. Have it your own way, Potter. If you think they can't spot a mudblood, stay where you are. I drawled. You watch your mouth. Weasley shouted, stepping forward, but Hermione seized his arm. Never mind, Ron. She muttered into his ear. There was a loud bang, and several people screaming could be heard. Scare easily, don't they? I chuckled half-heartedly. I suppose your daddy told you all to hide? What's he up to? Trying to save the Muggles? Where's your parents? Out there wearing masks, are they? Potter growled. I was about to reply with something snarky, but I saw Hermione raise her eyebrow at Potter. That somehow caused me to have a mind blank. Well, if they were, I wouldn't be likely to tell you, would I, Potter? I smirked. Oh, come on. Let's go and find the others. she sighed, grabbing the arms of both the boys and shooting me a disgusted look. "Keep that big bushy head down, Granger." I sneered, calling out after her, "Come on, guys." Hermione repeated, but I could have sworn I saw the ghost of a smile on her lips. I watched as she disappeared down the path, still grasping onto Potter and Weasley, dragging them down along with her. But whether or not she understood my warning was completely beyond me. Chapter 23. Hermione's POV. Once again, Draco Malfoy was insulting Potter, it seeming to be the highlight of Draco's day. So tell me, is his mother really that porky, or is it just the picture? Draco sneered at Harry. Ron was about to lunge forward at the blonde, so both Harry and I grabbed the back of his robes. "You know your mother, Malfoy? That expression she's got, like she's got dung under her nose? Has she always looked like that? Or is it just because you were with her?" Harry retorted. Draco's face went from smug to slightly murderous. "Don't you dare insult my mother, Potter," he said darkly. "Keep your fat mouth shut then," Harry said simply, turning around and walking away. Ron and I were about to follow when I saw Draco reach into his pockets, a second later pulling out his wand. Draco muttered a curse and sent it flying towards Harry, a loud bang echoing around the entrance hall, causing several people to scream. The curse missed Harry, but before he had even turned around, Professor Moody could be seen limping down the stairs. Moody's face looked even more darker than Draco's did before. Another bang sounded, and I watched as Draco shrunk down and turned into a snow-white ferret. My eyes grew wide as Draco began to fly through the air, bouncing up and down from the order of Moody's wand. No one dared to move a muscle as Moody kept on growling at Ferret Draco. After a couple of minutes, Professor McGonagall came running down the stairs, her face shocked. McGonagall and Moody began to talk, then slightly argue, but I zoned out from what they were saying, keeping my eyes focused on the small ferret. The ferret's eyes locked with mine, and I knew that the ferret still had Draco's mind. Suddenly, the ferret began to grow and change, and in a matter of a second, Draco was laying on the ground in a heap, his cheeks bright red. He stood up and sprinted away, but not before glancing at me. This time his gray, human eyes locking with mine. Chapter 24. Draco's POV. Hermione and Potter were walking past us Slytherins, each one of us showing our Potter Stinks badges. "Want one, Granger?" I asked mockingly as she walked past, holding out a badge. "I've got loads, but don't touch my hand now. I've just washed it, you see, and I don't want a mudblood sliming it up." Hermione glared at me, deciding whether or not to retort to my insult. She locked her eyes with mine for a brief second, and I could have sworn she was able to see right through me, knowing exactly what I was thinking. Suddenly, from next to Hermione, Potter pulled out his wand in one swift motion, pointing it at me. Hermione turned around, and I kept my gaze on her, seeing her small eye roll, an action no one else saw. "Harry," Hermione said in almost a sigh. I smirked and stepped forward, slowly pulling out my wand from my robe pocket. "Go on then, Potter. Moody's not here to look after you now. Do it if you have the guts." I smirked at him. My eyes wandered over to Hermione, who was staring back with wide eyes, before mine landed on Potter's. It was that split-second eye contact that somehow turned on a switch, causing me to point my wand sharply at Potter and act. "Den Sajo." I shouted at Potter, unable to hear his curse over mine, but watching as his met mine in the middle and exploded off in different directions, hitting Goyle in the process, causing huge boils to spread over his face. "Hermione!" Weasley yelled out, my eyes landing on the brunette who was whimpering and clutching her mouth. I lowered my wand as soon as the realization had washed over me. My curse had hit Hermione. I saw Weasley move Hermione's hands away from her mouth and almost gasped when I saw the large beaver teeth, growing at a rapid pace, climb down her chin. "And what is all this noise about?" asked Snape in his usual soft, drawling voice as he walked over to where his students were. Every Slytherin who was either with Pansy or I began to shout out their stories and explanations, but Snape silenced them all. He pointed his long finger at me and told me to explain myself. "Potter attacked me, Sir Dash," I began to say calmly, but I was cut off. "We attacked each other at the same time, and he hit Goyle, look." Snape looked over at Goyle and examined him. Goyle's boils looking worse than a poisonous fungus plant. "Hospital wing, Goyle," he said calmly. "Malfoy got Hermione, look." Ron shouted at Snape. Once again, my eyes landed on Hermione, only this time, her tear-filled eyes locked with mine as Weasley lowered her hands and showed the beaver teeth, now down to her collarbone, to the potions professor. Snape did nothing but fixate his cold stare into Hermione before he finally spoke up. "I see no difference." Hermione let out a small cry and sprinted off in the opposite direction, but I still couldn't get over those teeth, the teeth that I caused, and the helpless look on her face. And all because I had to, once again, act like a complete dickhead. Chapter 25. Draco's POV. I stood in the entrance of the Great Hall, Pansy clinging onto my arm. "So, are we going to dance all night, Drakey?" she asked excitedly. I glare down at her and roll my eyes, not saying anything. I wouldn't be surprised if bitch-faced Granger won't be coming, who would want to ask her to the balls. Pansy snickered. "Remember when you and Granger were best friends the first day of a Hogwarts?" I asked, smirking. Pansy made a face and shook her head. "I can't believe I ever was." "But so were you. You wanted to be friends with her, I remember." I gave her a death glare for saying that, but kept my mouth shut. "Oh, Drakey, it was just a joke." Pansy smiled, making me feel slightly sick. "Don't fucking call me Drakey." I spat at her. "Whoa, calm down," she said, putting her hands up in surrender. I turned around and looked at the stairs where all of the Triwizard champions were walking with their dates and nearly fell over from lack of oxygen. There stood Hermione with Victor, but other than her eyes and glowing smile, everything looked different, a good different. She wore a periwinkle dress, the fabric flowing down to her ankles as she moved graciously through the crowd. Her hair was no longer a bush, but in neat curls that were tied into a loose knot at the back of her head, a few strands falling out, framing her face. I'd never seen someone so beautiful, and all I wanted to do was run up to her and hug her for hours straight. I couldn't believe just days before I was asking how a long-molared mudblood like herself could be asked to the ball, but here, walking past me, was proof of exactly why Crumb wanted to go with her. Hermione was everything you could ever ask for, from the brains to the kindness, to the personality to the looks. She was it all. I felt a small pang of jealousy run through me as I saw Victor hold hands with her. I seriously wanted to be him, but that could never happen, especially with pug-faced Pansy on my arm. I looked down at the black-haired girl, and she was just gaping at Hermione, maybe even in awe, along with every other person, besides Crumb's fan club, in the Great Hall. She looked over at me and gave me a small smile, her teeth now straight and back to normal. I knew at that minute I was fucked, and that there was no way backing out of the deep hole I was in for years now. I would just have to learn to ignore it. Chapter 26. Draco's POV. I stood a short distance back, far enough for them to not see me, but that I could still see and hear them. Hermione and Weasley were arguing, and Hermione had tears that were beginning to roll down her cheeks. They continued fighting for another minute before Potter walked over, taking Weasley with him and leaving a crying Hermione on the staircase by herself. I inhaled a deep breath before walking over to her, my hands in the pockets of my dress pants. Granger, I acknowledged, stating my presence. She looked up at me, wiping her cheeks with the back of her palm, then returned to the position she was in before. Are you just going to ignore me then? I asked rhetorically, smirking slightly. What do you want, Malfoy? She replied, not looking up, her voice faltering. I immediately wiped the smirk from my face and looked at her seriously, kneeling down next to her. Hermione, what did they do to you? I whispered. Why do you care? She said in a small voice. Because I don't like seeing you crying. I responded. She let out a shaky breath as 3 more tears rolled down her cheeks. I put my hand up to wipe them away, but she grabbed my wrist, stopping me. Ron hates me just because I went to the ball with Victor. Harry didn't do anything to defend me either, and I feel as if everyone hates me now just because of Victor and I going to this stupid ball together. She sighed, trying to keep the tears at bay, but failing. I brought both my hands up to her cheeks again. This time she didn't stop me and gently wiped her tears away, this kind of affection I didn't know I could even perform. Potter and Weasley are gits, so don't worry about them, I told her. She let out a small chuckle, shaking her head. Easy for you to say. You all hate each other. Well, you aren't wrong about that, I muttered. A few minutes passed, and the both of us just sat there in silence, watching some of the small group of remaining couples leave. I suddenly felt something warm grab my arm, sending sparks through my entire body. Thank you for staying with me. Hermione smiled, giving my hand a small squeeze. Have they told you yet how beautiful you look tonight? I questioned seriously. No, they haven't. She responded, her face dropping slightly. Well, I don't know why they haven't, because you are the most beautiful girl here tonight. I smiled. She grinned and jumped forward, wrapping her arms around me, which I did back. Thank you, she mumbled into my shoulder. I could hear the faint music coming from the hall, so I decided to stand up, bringing Hermione with me. Draco? What are we dash? I didn't let her finish her sentence, and instead began swaying with the beat, one arm around her waist and the other clasping her hand. I twirled her around, receiving a giggle to erupt from her. We kept on dancing until the song ended, grins on both our faces. She rested her head against my chest whilst I stood there, holding her small body in mine. I smiled to myself as I let the feeling I've been trying to ignore, the feeling that was trying to become evident all night, flow through me. At that moment, when I had my arms wrapped around Hermione in a protective, caring way, I knew. Chapter 27. Draco's POV. It was time for the second task. Everyone was waiting in the stands in front of the Black Lake. I looked around for Hermione, or even Weasley, knowing they'll be with each other, but couldn't find either of them. I saw Potter walk past with Longbottom to where the champions were starting, but by overhearing him, he apparently had no idea where she was either. Krum walked past a few minutes later, so I decided to ask him where Hermione was, especially because the two had been in a relationship for the past few weeks, well, according to rumors. When I first found out that, I turned from smug to furious in a matter of a second. Krum, I yelled out, motioning a hand for him to come over. He walked over to me, and once he was standing in front of me, he raised his eyebrows once, indicating for me to talk. You haven't happened to see Granger, have you? I asked. Krum looked at me, a glint in his eye, but I didn't know what it meant. She is in the lake. She is who I have to save, he stated, walking off, leaving me to process what he meant. So Hermione Granger was at the bottom of the Black Lake. No way of getting out. A chance of drowning down there. I let out a small growl and kicked over a rock that was next to my foot, fuming as I walked down towards the grandstands. I found Crabbe and Goyle and stood next to them, Blaise and Theo apparently on their way down. "What's wrong with you?" Goyle asked. "Don't fucking talk to me." I spat, pissed off at the littlest of things. Goyle gave me a look but didn't push on it, instead turning his attention toward Crabbe. I was literally praying in my head that anyone, even Potter, could save the brunette, because who the fuck knows what could happen to her down there. Chapter 28. Hermione's POV. I walked through the crowd on the grandstand to try and find Ron, my heart racing for my best friend who is still in the maze, fighting for the winning prize, although I didn't think that was his intention. I continued to walk through the crowd, muttering apologies to the people I pushed past, but was suddenly pulled back. "Granger," someone whispered in my ear, and I let out a small groan. "Malfoy," I acknowledged, turning around to face the grinning blonde. I looked at him, a little surprised by his happy mood, so I instinctively took a step back. "Why are you in such a good mood?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "It could be one of two reasons, or possibly even both," he smirked, his silver eyes gleaming with a happiness I never even knew he could produce. "Well, go on then," I chuckled. "The first reason is that Potter has a possible chance of being attacked by some random beast in that maze." I rolled my eyes at that but motioned for him to continue. "And the second reason is that at the completion of this task, it means that the other schools will be going back soon after, therefore meaning that Krum would be going home too." "And why would that matter to you?" I asked in a whisper. "Because when you're with him, you like him, but I don't want that." "He's bad for you," Draco mumbled. "Oh, not you too," I groaned, shaking my head. "I'm sick of everyone saying Victor is bad for me. I can take care of myself." "Hermione, that's not what I mean." "You know yourself it's not what I mean," he sighed. My heart leapt, but I tried to ignore the feeling. I knew I liked Draco a lot for that matter, but I knew I couldn't act on it. Not only would I be hated on and be called a traitor by everyone in the school, but I couldn't bear to lose my best friends. Especially Ron, the other boy who was playing tug-of-war with my heart with Draco on the opposite end of the rope. "Then please explain what you're trying to tell me." "Unfortunately, my intelligence has come up with over 37 things you could have meant, but knowing how dumb you are, it's probably not anything remotely close to what I think it could be, and it would be something that not even the second dumbest person in the world could think of, because it is that stupid and unintelligent." I spat, taking out the anger and confusion going on inside my head out on the nearest person who happened to be him. "No need to become a bitch," he sneered, his voice no longer energetic and welcoming, but now harsh as the happiness evaporated out of him in a matter of seconds. "Just tell me what the fuck it is you're trying to tell me, would you?" I yelled. Draco looked slightly taken aback by my sudden outburst, especially because it is the first time he heard me swear like that. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, his voice immediately becoming softer. "I just want to say that Draco Malfoy, like dash." He was cut short by the audience around us standing up and clapping, the noise so loud I thought I wouldn't be able to hear anything for a week. I turned around and faced the field, smiling as I saw my best friend lying there, but it slowly faded as I took in what he was actually doing. Harry was laying across a body, Cedric's body, and his shoulders were shaking. I heard a scream that sounded like Fleur's cut across the entire grandstand, causing everyone to quiet down in less than a second. The only sound that could be heard was Harry's sobs and Dumbledore's attempts to calm him down. "Hermione dash," Draco started, but I silenced him with my finger. I grabbed his hand, closing my fingers around his as I dragged him down closer. He stood next to me, keeping his hand in mine, neither of us caring what people thought if they looked over at the both of us. But we weren't the main attention. Cedric's lifeless body was, his eyes still wide with fear. Harry continued to sob, refusing to let go of the 17-year-old's limp body, clutching on as if his life depended on it. Cedric's father was down there now, also clutching onto his son's pale side, crying his own tears. I let out a sob as I turned around to face Draco, who was looking down at me with concern in his eyes. He wiped away a few of the salty tears that had pooled out of my eyes before pulling me into his body, holding me as I shook with violent sobs. Draco didn't say anything. He just stood there and held my frail form, probably thinking the same as I was. That there is no pointy in saying it will be okay when then the both of us knew otherwise, and the both of us knowing the future war that would be coming, if it will be in a year's time or in 10, would be worse than the first time. Because the both of us knew without actually knowing, purely by the state Harry Potter was in when he portkeyed back into Hogwarts grounds, he fought off our biggest enemy any of our generation or the previous one knew. And the both of us knew that the only way to survive was by sticking together, even if it killed us both. Chapter 29. Hermione's POV. I grinned as I placed the jar that held the evil Skeeter in her animagus form back in my bag. Another problem, this time being why all of our secrets kept on becoming the daily news, solved. I heard our compartment door open, so I turned my head around, only to be met with the blonde-haired Slytherin and his two dumb friends. "Very clever, Granger," Draco said in a mocking way. He kept his gaze on me as he advanced into the compartment, a smirk on his face, his gray eyes looking mischievous. He averted his gaze to Harry instead, his smirk becoming slightly wider. "So, you caught some pathetic reporter and Potter's Dumbledore's favorite boy again. Big deal." Draco chuckled menacingly. Harry didn't react, but narrowed his eyes at the trio, choosing not to retaliate, as was I. Trying not to think about it. Are we? Trying to pretend it hasn't happened. Draco mocked in a loud whisper. "Get out," Harry demanded simply. Draco looked over at me for a brief second, his eyes somehow turning from gray to a dark silver to a dark gray in under a second. He looked back over at Harry, pretending that the brief exchange between the two of us was just a figment of his imagination. "You've picked the losing side, Potter. I warned you. I told you ought to choose your company more carefully, remember? When we met on the train, first day at Hogwarts. I told you not to hang out with riffraff like this." He whipped his head around to us, his eyes glowing with rage, and something else I couldn't work out. But the rest of his face was rid of any emotion other than arrogance. Too late now. "Potter. They'll be the first to go. Now the Dark Lord's back. Mudbloods and Muggle lovers first." Something about the way he said that so carelessly, almost as if he didn't care whether or not I was going to be killed in the upcoming years by people who hate wizards and witches like me, brewed an emotion I never felt before. Well, second, Diggory was the F dash. I stood up in a record pace and let out a small growl as I shouted 4 hexes in a row at the arrogant blonde, watching in satisfaction as he widened his eyes in realization when he saw multiple bursts of light flying towards him before he could even reach into his pocket to retrieve his wand. I looked over at my 2 best friends, only to find that the both of them were standing up themselves, wands in their hands. I smirked at the both of them before turning my head around to the door, watching as the Weasley twins walked into our now crowded compartment. Fred walked over to stand next to me in almost a protective way, which I adored him for. George just gave me a knowing look, causing a small pink tinge to appear on my cheeks, but I tried to act as if nothing was out of the ordinary. "Thought we'd see what those 3 were up to," Fred explained to all of us. "Interesting effect. Who used the furnunculus curse?" George asked, looking down at Crabbe, who had small tentacles growing on his face. I drowned out the boys' conversation and looked out the window, feeling Fred step closer to me, but not making it awkward. "Are you okay, Hermione?" he asked, his blue eyes twinkling. "Of course I am. They don't call me the brightest witch of our age for nothing." I grinned at the redhead. "Always using your titles as a comeback," Fred chuckled, grabbing my hand and pulling me towards the 3 unconscious bodies. "Well, let's not leave them here. They don't add well to the decor, George said, moving Goyle into the hallway with his foot, Harry and Ron following suit. Fred and I followed them out into the hallway, watching in amusement as the three Slytherins who looked absolutely horrible with the amount of hexes and jinxes that were thrown at them became even worse with the carelessness that was being used to take them out of our compartment. But this time I didn't care, because this time he deserved every bit of bad luck and every jinx that came coming his way. Just let me do this, I told Fred as I walked forward over to Draco's unconscious body. I smiled sweetly at him and crouched down onto my knees, so I was level with his ears. You've just used your last chance of redemption with me. I'm done with all this shit, so have fun. I don't want anything to do with you anymore, I whispered, making sure my back was turned to my friends as my eyes began to water from both anger and a small amount of sadness and regret without my consent. I stood up and brought my foot up, stomping it down on his battered and bruised face, watching as a small trickle of blood slid out of his nose. I turned around and walked back to my friends who were all looking at me with wide and surprised eyes but satisfied looks on their faces. I walked into the compartment and sat down, Fred sitting next to me. That was vicious Granger, but it was fucking cool. He grinned at me, causing me to chuckle and roll my eyes. He fucking deserved it. He's a prick, I simply said. Did Hermione Granger just swear twice in a sentence? Fred gasped mockingly, but jokingly. Oh, shut up, Fred, I laughed, playfully punching him in the arm. He looked at me and smiled, his face almost hypnotizing me by its perfectness. He interlocked his fingers with mine as I smiled back at him and leant against his chest and body for the remainder of the trip, ignoring George's knowing glare and smirk, ignoring Harry's awkward but happy one, ignoring Ron's silent but annoyed one. But the main thing I was ignoring was my feelings for the popular Slytherin. I was done with having my heart broken by him most of the time I have an encounter with him. I knew that if I continued to get my hopes up to think that he'll turn nice to me every time he starts up a conversation, I'll soon become miserable from being let down so often. I smiled against the 6th year's muscular chest as he played with my brown curls. Even though we weren't dating, Fred Weasley has so much more to offer for me and makes me so much more happier than I would with Draco fucking Malfoy, the boy who I shed too many tears for. The feelings I had for him causing a complete havoc in my head. Yet all he thinks about me is that I'm the buck-toothed, bird's nest, mudblood bookworm. And even though I may not be able to forget the uncontrollable feelings, I can ignore them and let my feelings for the particular Weasley twin overpower everything else. Which is exactly what I plan to do, consequences or not. Chapter 30. Hermione's POV. I sat in the compartment with my two best friends, Neville and the 4th-year Ravenclaw, Luna Lovegood. Fred and I have been officially dating for 3 weeks now, but we decided not to tell any of our friends as we both knew they would make a huge deal about it, especially Ron. The only person who knows is George, but he found out himself, probably being a twin to Fred being a contributing factor. Draco and I saw each other in Diagon Alley, but neither of us said a single word to each other as we walked past one another. Only a glare of pure loathing was shared between the two of us, although his wasn't nearly as menacing as mine was. I suspected that he had heard what I said to him, and knew that it was me who broke his perfect nose, even in his unconscious state. Our compartment door opened, and standing there was the boy who fucked around with me one too many times. All of us were expecting him to come, as it is always his routine on the train to and from Hogwarts to give us a not-so-friendly visit.
What?
Harry said aggressively before Draco even had said anything. Manners, Potter, or I'll have to give you a detention. You see, I, unlike you, have been made Prefect, which means that I, unlike you, have the power to hand out punishments, the blonde drawled, smirking. Yeah, but you, unlike me, are a git, so get out. Harry retorted, causing everyone in the compartment beside Luna to burst out laughing. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly, but he kept that smirk on his face. He looked at me with a disgusted look which I returned just as equally nasty. "Tell me, how does it feel to be second best to Weasley, Potter?" he asked mockingly. A nerve inside me snapped, constant anger building up whenever I thought of the Slytherin seeping out. "Shut up, Malfoy," I spat sharply. I seemed to have touched a nerve. Draco smirked at me, his eyes filled with loathing. He turned his eyes onto Harry, continuing his routinely insults. "Well, just watch yourself, Potter, because I'll be dogging your footsteps in case you step out of line. Get out!" I yelled at the three, standing up and taking a step forward. The trio stepped out of the compartment, but right as I was about to close the door, I was stopped by Draco's foot. "You know, Granger, you're a complete dash." I didn't let him finish as I slammed the door shut, making sure his foot got
Crushed by the impact.
I was still trying to work out why he makes me so infuriated as I sat back down, my face burning with uncontrollable anger. Everyone knew better to not talk to me until I calmed myself down. Chapter 31. Hermione's POV. I took a deep breath as I looked at the doors of the hospital wing, repetitively rethinking if it was a good idea. I shook my head and pushed open the door, ignoring the voice in my head that told me it was a terrible idea. I walked to the end of the hospital wing where his bed was situated, the curtains slightly drawn. He lay there on the plain bed, small amounts of red covering the white sheets. His platinum blonde hair, which was no longer gelled back but falling freely, ending just above his eyes, had small specks of dried blood near the tips. He also had blood seeping out from both his swollen lip and eyebrow, with remains of the previous nosebleed he must have had still there. His shirt was ripped open, revealing blue and purple bruises on his pale but toned stomach. Overall, he looked horrible. Draco, who was staring at the wall, zero interest in his gray eyes, averted his gaze towards me when he heard my small gasp at his form. "Hey," I greeted, not knowing what else to say. "Hi," he replied, his voice hoarse. He moved slightly in his bed, wincing. "Has Madame Pomfrey even started to heal you yet?" I asked in a worried tone, taking a step closer. "She went to go get some potions, I think, but otherwise, no," he answered. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the school's nurse could be heard as she rushed over to Draco's bed with vials of assorted potions and her wand in her hands. "Malfoy, I need you to drink all of these before I can get rid of the bruising. Although the pain might come back in an hour or two. Tell me it does. Miss Granger, could you please make sure he drinks them all for me? I have various injured players from that ruddy Quidditch game today," she said on a rush. "Of course, madam." "Pomfrey." I nodded. "Thank you, dear." The elderly witch smiled before rushing off to the front of the hospital wing where the other patients were situated. I turned around to see Draco staring intently, a small but soft smirk playing on his lips, causing my stomach to flutter, although I pretended like nothing happened. "Well, drink up," I told the Slytherin, watching his roll his eyes as he picked up the first potion, wincing whilst doing so, but not saying anything. His smirk turned into a scowl as he finished up the last vial of potion, the taste obviously disgusting him to no end. I couldn't help myself but to let out a small chuckle as he tried his hardest not to gag. "Piss off, Granger," Draco grumbled. "Always so charming," I commented, grinning. "What are you doing here, Granger?" he questioned, his tone not soft and welcoming but not harsh either. "I came here to see you. Is there a problem?" I responded, crossing my arms. He looked at me, the bruising and swelling on his face beginning to face away, but the blood still evident on his face.
"No."
"There's no problem," he whispered. I realized then how vulnerable he was lying on that bed, injured by 2 Gryffindors. Although I didn't pity him, I still felt slightly bad about the humiliation he must have gone through on that Quidditch field. I kept on telling myself that if he wasn't such a sore loser and didn't keep on insulting both the Weasleys and Harry's parents, he wouldn't have had all the punches he had to both his face and stomach by Harry and George. I was just glad that some of their team was holding Fred back, or he would have definitely joined in on the one-sided fistfight. But the more I kept on telling myself it was his fault, the more I believed the opposite. "I'm sorry for what Harry and George did," I sighed, walking forward and sitting on the edge of his bed. "It's not your fault, Hermione," he mumbled. "But they're my friends. They shouldn't have started Dash." "Does he know you're here?" Draco asked suddenly, cutting my apology off.
Who?
I questioned. "Your boyfriend. The Weasley twin," he spat. What? How did you even know?" was all I responded with, my mind in shock for his sudden mood change and the fact that he knew Fred and I were dating when no one else knew. "I have my sources, Granger." "Now answer the question. Does he know you're here, visiting me, the enemy of all you Gryffindors?" The blonde asked again. "No," I muttered, shaking my head slightly. "Then go," he said harshly.
But what if I said I didn't want to?
"What if I said I actually wanted to see you?" I challenged, standing up off the bed. "You're the one who said yourself that you want nothing to do with me, so don't you dare try to turn this back on me and make me look like the bad guy here." Draco responded, sitting up, his shirt still unbuttoned. "I said that because of you. I was just so done with everything that had anything to do with you. The way you treat me like absolute shit. The way you shatter my heart, but you never once cared. So I gave up on you," I explains harshly. "Then why are you here?" he asked defiantly. "Because I didn't think it was right the way Harry and George beat you up like that. Even though you were the one who was egging them on with all those insults," I answered, my face flushing red with an uncontainable anger. "But yet you think it was all right to smash my face with your foot whilst I was unconscious?" he retorted, his gray eyes blazing with something beyond anger, yet that emotion that he always tended to have, but I never knew what was still mixed in there. "You fucking deserved it," I shrieked, letting out a semi-growl as I placed my head into hands for a couple of seconds. "How so?" he simply responded, although his voice was filled with a sort of hatred. "You broke me, Draco Malfoy. You fucked around with me one too many times, and it made me snap. I used to care for you, you know that? I used to love you too, Dash. And you still do. I can see it in your eyes," Draco interrupted. "You know nothing about me, nor will you ever. I want absolutely nothing to do with you, and I hope you have a great life being the pathetic player that you are. I hate you, and it's your own fault that I do. If you maybe, for just once, thought about someone else instead of being that selfish, arrogant little prick you are, you might actually get somewhere in life. But no, Malfoy. That ship has long sailed now. I'm done with you, and I hope that I'll never have to have another encounter with you again. But knowing that that exact wish cannot be fulfilled, don't expect me to ever talk, or even look your way, again. Thanks for nothing, Malfoy." I yelled at him, flipping him the finger as I stormed out of the hospital wing, ignoring all of the conscious patient's stares. As soon as I heard the doors behind me close, I ran with no clue where I was going, but soon found myself by the Black Lake. A strangled sob escaped my lips as I sunk into the ground, my shoulders shaking as vigorous sobs left my body, echoing around me. I didn't care about the people surrounding the lake as I felt their glares on my frail form. "Are you all right?" someone asked, placing a soft hand on my shoulder. I looked up at them, feeling the tears slide down my cheeks and off my chin onto the ground. "Oh, Mione," Ginny Weasley whispered, pulling me into her tight embrace, which I gladly accepted as I sobbed against her, my tears most likely soaking her clothes. I didn't even know why I allowed myself to become so worked up over him, but I just couldn't help it. Because I knew he'll always be the voice restricting me from doing things, and the voice that breaks me down whether I wanted to admit it nor want it or not. Because I was the idiot who dug myself into the unescapable hole I was in by befriending the enemy and falling in love with the heartbreaker. The only thing I could do was to hope that by breaking down against the female Weasley, it would help me to forget the pain that the Slytherin had caused. Chapter 32. Draco's POV. I couldn't get her out of my head, her bushy brunette hair and chocolate brown eyes, but mainly the words she spoke to me whilst I was in the hospital wing months ago. We haven't had an ordinary conversation since. Insults and death glares as we passed each other in the hall or in class being the only interaction shared between the both of us. There were rumors going around the day after that Quidditch match that Hermione was crying down by the Black Lake, which made me even more guilty, knowing that I was the one who caused the tears. But what she would never have to know was that she caused tears of my own to fall that night. I clenched my fists, but was thankfully pulled out of my string of thoughts by Crabbe, who was tapping me on the shoulder, pointing to the entrance door in front of us. I looked over at Goyle, who had his ear pressed against it, even though you could hear everything going on in the hall from where I was standing, which also meant I could hear her voice, lording it over all the other teachers, the stupid, puffed-up, power-crazy old Dash. Do you really want to finish that sentence, Granger? I cut her off, sneering as I stepped into her view, Potter, Weasley, and the Hufflepuff's Macmillan standing beside her. Afraid I'm going to have to dock a few points from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. It's only teachers who can dock points from houses, Malfoy. Macmillan responded quickly, narrowing his eyes. Yeah, we're prefects too, remember? Weasley added, snarling. I know prefects can't dock points, Weasel King, I snickered, but members of the Inquisitorial squad dash. The what? Hermione asked sharply, her eyes filled with menace. The Inquisitorial squad, Granger, a select group of students who are supportive of the Ministry of Magic, handpicked by Professor Umbridge. Anyway, members of the Inquisitorial squad do have the power to dock points, so, Granger, I'll have 5 from you from being rude about our new headmistress. Loathing started to mix with her menacing glare. Macmillan, 5 for contradicting me. 5 because I don't like you, Potter. Weasley, your shirt's untucked, so I'll have another 5 for that. The 4 friends looked as though they were trying their hardest not to start a war in the corridor, but I just couldn't help myself with the next sentence that came tumbling out of my mouth. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're a mudblood, Granger, so 10 off for that. Hermione momentarily froze, but only for a brief second as her attention turned to Weasley, who was pulling out his wand from his robe's pockets. Don't, she whispered to Weasley, raising an eyebrow as if daring the ginger to do anything. Wise move, Granger, I breathed, thankful that she stepped in, but when I saw the look in her eye, I wished that Weasley had sent a hex my way. New head, new times. Watch yourself now, Potty. Weasel King. It was the only semi-insulted farewell that came to my head as I walked away, fake chuckling, not even able to mention her. Once I was out of their view, I dropped the smirk and put up the walls in my head so neither Crabbe or Goyle could read my emotions, although the both of them are that dumb that the two of them combined couldn't tell what feeling was running through me if my life depended on it, which I was glad for, because after that brunette Gryffindor locked eyes with mine, every ounce of my smugness washed away as I saw that spark of deep hurt when I called her that name that might as well be a nickname for her with the amount of times I call her it. The insult I threw at her rebounded and hit me 10 times harder than it did her, causing me to feel something a Malfoy should never feel. Regret. Regret for every time I broke her apart and expected her to mend the pieces herself. Regret for doing it too many times, causing her to do the heart-shattering instead of me, cutting off all her kind connections with me, All because I couldn't stand to let my feelings and emotions overpower the rules and tradition I know. But even then I knew that wasn't the full and proper reason. It was because I was scared. I was scared of love, of the love I have for the Gryffindor, as much as it killed me to admit it. I was scared of how she was literally changing me without herself even trying. That exact fact made me terrified, so the only remedy I know was to act harsh in hopes that the feelings would just disappear. But I knew that would never happen. Because life never goes exactly the way we want it, no matter how hard we try to make it to or how much we want it to, it just doesn't happen. And here I am, the pathetic Malfoy heir, the only Malfoy heir, the one who has always put on a mask to make himself look superior to everyone else, especially to people like her. Always to people like her. The only one who ever understood who I am and my feelings beneath the thick wall that I constantly build. Hermione Granger. The only one who knew but doesn't anymore. Hermione Granger. The only one who cared but doesn't anymore. Hermione Granger. The only one who ever truly loved me, but not anymore. All because I was a pathetic, cowardly follower. And now I've lost her. The only one who took my heart, I lost, and she still has my heart in her hands, crushing it slowly, painfully, just like I suspected I was doing to her. Chapter 33. Draco's POV. She sprinted past me, her bushy brown hair flying behind her as she tried to escape from the Inquisitorial squad, especially Millicent Bulstrode, the Slytherin female that could pass as a guy with her muscle size and strength, who vowed that she would be the one to catch the Gryffindor princess. I moved my foot slightly to reposition myself, but it caused a small squeak to echo in the hallway around us. Hermione abruptly stopped running and whipped her wand out, going in her natural fighting stance. Her eyes roamed over her every surrounding, the brown orbs making sure to analyze every small detail of each object lying in that hallway, but that also meant that her eyes landed on my crouched form. "Malfoy," she said bluntly, keeping her wand aimed at my face whilst narrowing her eyes. "Go," I whispered, unable to hold her intense gaze. She didn't budge, but I saw her fingers clench around her wand even tighter than they were before. I knew she was still mad from the day I docked point from her house, but I knew it was more than that. Once again, I called her that name that breaks her on the inside, but even though I hated to admit to myself, it broke me, regret always consuming my body after I see that glint in her alluring eyes. "Hermione, go now, before someone else catches you," I pleaded. "Why should I listen to anything your pathetic mouth tells me to do? And who are you to try to help a mudblood?" She spat back, inching closer. "Granger, this is no time for our pointless fights. You need to get away now. Bulstrode's literally attempting to sniff you out, and you know what she's like when it comes to fighting. She acts like a muggle, a very dangerous one, might I add. So I advise you stop trying to find an argument and get the hell out of here," I ordered. Hermione looked momentarily stunned before the ghost of a smile flew across her features and her wand lowered. She quickly turned around and began to jog away, but stopped, turning around once again. "Thank you," was all she said with a smile as she started jogging backwards around a corner, but right as she turned around, she ran right into the arms of the vicious Slytherin female. Well, well, well. Guess who caught you, mudblood? "I guess you're not as bright as everyone assumes you are," Millicent sneered, walking back around the corner with one arm around Hermione's neck and the other pointing a wand to the back of her head. I groaned inwardly and was about to throw a wandless curse at Bulstrode, but stopped when I saw the slight shake of Hermione's head, telling me not to knock the Slytherin witch out cold for the next week. I turned around without a word and walked towards Umbridge's office, knowing that the rest of the wanted members would have already been captured, but when I walked into the office, was mildly surprised when all I saw was Potter and Umbridge. Take his wand, Umbridge barked, and Millicent was quick to snatch it out of Potter's robe pocket. Take hers too? I glanced up at Hermione, who tensed and instinctively held a tighter grip on her wand. She laid her brown orbs on mine as I walked closer to her, neither of us breaking the contact as I came closer to her. Her face, especially her eyes, were neutral as she put up her defense mask, one that was strong enough not even I could read through her. Trust me, Granger, I whispered in her ear, gently taking her wand as I stepped back. We gave each other a brief nod, but were both interrupted by Millicent handing me Potter's wand. She walked up to Hermione and pinned her against the wall, the brunette wincing slightly. Right as I turned around, the other members of the Inquisitorial squad walked into the room with prisoners of their own. Umbridge looked at the members of her squad and looked at each of us with pure evil glee. I knew then that the members of the army Potter had created were done for, especially when Umbridge was planning on using the Cruciatus curse on Potter when Snape failed to produce any Veritasrum. Cruck dash. No. Umbridge was cut off by Hermione's cracked voice. No. Harry, we'll have to tell her. No way. Potter yelled back. We'll have to. Harry, she'll force it out of us anyway. What's the point? Hermione whimpered, crying weakly onto Millicent's robes. Millicent jumped forward, looking disgusted. I desperately wanted to yell out to Hermione to keep quiet and not give in, but I knew I couldn't. She looked up before placing her head in her hands, but I noticed that there wasn't a single tear lining her brown eyes. Well. Little Miss Question-All is going to give us some answers. Come on then, girl, come on, Umbridge said triumphantly. Hermione began to cry out her story, her head in her hands. I looked around to the other members of her army and saw that they were looking at her with mild surprise and not with complete dislike for her breaking. That was when it hit me. She wasn't breaking at all. In fact, she was tricking the Toad teacher without the cat-obsessed woman even realizing. But I also knew that Hermione would have a strong and dangerous reason behind it. I averted my attention back to the brunette as she stood up. Umbridge's wand pointed at both her and Potter. Professor, perhaps some of the squad should come with you, Dash. No, I am a fully qualified ministry official, Malfoy. Do you really think I cannot manage 2 wandless teenagers alone? Umbridge cut me off. You will remain here until I return and make sure none of these Dash, she gestured to the 2 Weasleys, Longbottom and Luna, escape. All right, I said, pretending to be disappointed about it, but she didn't know what I was actually thinking. If I wasn't able to go with Hermione and attempt to keep her safe, I was going to let the ones I knew would be able to go. So that's exactly what I did. Love good, duck. I shouted, startling everyone. Luna looked at me before obeying my order, allowing me to have a clean aim at the person who had their arm around her, their name still not remembered. Stupefy, I shot, watching in satisfaction as they flew back into the wall, letting Luna go and allowing the Gryffindors to attack the distracted Slytherins. Ginny threw a hex at her capturer, knocking them off their feet. She threw multiple other ones before he fell unconscious with many different, disgusting things sprouting over his body. Weasley, catch! I yelled, chucking Ginny Weasley both Potter's and Hermione's wands when she turned around. She gave me a surprised look which turned into a smirk, but her attention moved to Crabbe, who was charging toward her, so she shot a simple stunning spell at him. By now, the members of the Inquisitorial squad were dueling those who were in Dumbledore's army, but the Gryffindors and Luna were easily overpowering their captures. Soon Millicent was the only Slytherin standing, but she was taken down by Longbottom's impediment Jinx. Nice one, Neville. Now let's go and find Harry and Hermione, Weasley yelled out, giving me a brief nod as he exited the office, Longbottom following, also giving me a nod of gratitude. Thank you, Draco. Luna smiled before swiftly exiting the room. Now all who was left was both Ginny Weasley and I. Why did you do it? Help us, the female ginger asked. I just looked at her, but she knew exactly what I was thinking. Well, thank you. Ginny smiled, walking backwards toward the door, then turning around as she reached the exit. Ginny. She turned around. Keep her safe, please, I whispered, embarrassed that I was asking for something like that, especially to a Weasley. She just gave me a soft smile before muttering, I will. She began to walk forward but stopped again, only this time on her own. One more thing, Malfoy, she smirked, muttering something under her breath and pointing her wand at me from under her robes. I felt my nose start to itch, which then turned into a sensation that something was trying to escape from there, which there was. I let out a shrill scream which caused the ginger to burst out laughing. There were multiple bats flying out of my nose. That's for breaking Hermione's heart a few months ago. Although, I think she forgives you though, Ginny chuckled. Bye. She left me there with bats continuously flying out of my nose, but I had to give it to her. She wasn't as bad as she seemed, and I knew that she would keep her word of trying to keep Hermione safe. And that was all that mattered. Chapter 34. Draco's POV. I stormed through the hospital wing, ignoring the stares I was getting from all the patients. I walked up to Ginny's bed, Potter conscious, but paying no attention to me or anyone, his eyes glazed over. Weasley was unconscious, marks what looked like ropes marked into his skin. Longbottom and Luna were talking quietly amongst themselves. Ginny looked up at me, guilt evident in her eyes, but all I felt was rage at the ginger-haired girl. You promised to keep her safe, Weasley, but you didn't. I spat at her, ignoring her flinch. I'm sorry, Draco Dash. No. I cut her off, raising my voice. You promised me, and you broke your promise. Madame Pomfrey doesn't know when she'll wake, or if she even will. I know. You don't understand how terrible I feel for not going with her, Dash. No, Weasley. This isn't about your regret for leaving her with Potter, and even worse, Longbottom. This is about how you did leave her with them, allowing her to practically get herself killed trying to protect the two people you thought she would be safe with. I growled, my voice cracking. I'm so sorry, Draco. Ginny sighed, a lone tear slipping out of her eye when she glanced over at Hermione's pale and limp body on the bed next to hers. What even happened to her? I asked, lowering my voice to a whisper. Harry said a Death Eater drew a purple flame against her chest, and she just fell down, Ginny mumbled. No, I gasped, falling into my knees beside Ginny's bed. Draco? What was it? Ginny asked, her eyes wide as she got off her bed to kneel down next to me. That flame, I've read about it before. It's dark magic, almost as dark as the Unforgivables. There is a strong possibility she won't wake up because it's meant to kill you, I explained, my voice breaking as tears began to fall down my cheeks. I walked over to Hermione's bed, kneeling down next to it, not bothering to pull the curtains around or cast a silencing spell. I grabbed her cold hand, bringing it to my lips. I'm so sorry, Hermione, I sobbed quietly, ignoring Ginny's sympathetic glare. For once I didn't care who saw me with my defense walls down. All I cared about was the possible dying brunette laying motionless in front of me. Just if I went there to help you, maybe I could have saved you. But then again, I'm too much of a fucking coward to do anything to save you. All I'm good at is hurting you, and it kills me too. Please just wake up, Hermione. I can't lose you, I cried, tears flowing freely down my cheeks for anyone to see. I laid my head on the edge of the bed and grabbed a hold of her hand, barely feeling her weak and uneven pulse. I let out what sounded like a sob, mixed with a howl. But nothing could erase the guilt that was running through me. I wrapped my fingers around her frail ones, more loud sobs escaping past my lips. She'll wake up, I know she will, Ginny whispered to me, kneeling down next to me. I couldn't bear the emotional pain anymore. Everything just became too much for me to handle. I flung my arms around Ginny, not caring about my pride or the stupid Malfoy name and expectations I had to uphold, because all it does is get the only person who I would give my own life to in danger. Ginny hugged me back almost immediately and stroked my back carefully as I sobbed against her shoulder. My cries become more louder and more desperate as each minute passed. I love her too much, Ginny. I can't let her go. I can't let her die, I whimpered. I know, Draco, I know you love her, and she loves you. Even though the both of you are unaware of each other's love for one another, it's a bond I've never seen before. And that's how I know she'll wake up. She loves you too much to leave you, the female Weasley explained. Just like you and Potter, you will always fight beside him, no matter the consequences, because you love him, and love beats every other chain that holds you back and tells you to let him go, I mumbled, looking up at the ginger. Exactly, she whispered, hurt crossing her features as she looked over at Potter, his eyes still gazing off into the distance, paying zero attention to his surroundings. What happened out there? I asked quietly. Ginny took a long breath before answering, her eyes determined not to cry. We fought off so many Death Eaters. To them, there wasn't many, but to us, it was almost triple the amount of them than us. Luna just got a few hexes and curses thrown at her. Neville got his face shattered and wand broken, and he had the Cruciatus curse on him. I just got curses and a broken ankle, but Ron on the other hand got some curse on him that made him absolutely crazy. That resulted in him touching these brains that almost strangled him to death. That's why he's got all the red marks everywhere, Ginny explained. And Potter's? I asked softly, a tone I would never use. Your Aunt Bellatrix killed Sirius. Then you know who possessed Harry. And that's all that I saw, but I assume there was a lot more than I know, but Harry hasn't spoken a word to any of us. It was brutal, and it wasn't even a war, Ginny sighed. And I swallowed. Was my father there? Yes, he was there, but he didn't do anything directly to Hermione, if that's what you want to know, she answered. I let out a breath. I didn't know I was holding and rested the back of my head on Hermione's hospital bed. If you want to stay here tonight, you can sleep in my bed. I can go with Luna Dash. No, I'm going to stay right here, next to Hermione. I'm not letting her go again, I said determinedly, turning around to face the brunette whilst once again holding onto her hand. Sure, Ginny smiled softly, nodding in understanding. I mumbled a thanks and looked at Hermione, her eyes still closed and her chest showing barely any signs of movement. Good night, Hermione, I whispered, kissing her forehead before resting my head on Hermione's bed, her hand still in mine. That whole night consisted of me praying to myself to let Hermione wake up, even if it meant I had to sacrifice myself. And one constant thought kept on running through my head. A thought that I could never act upon without being killed myself for it. And I'm too much of a coward to try to change that. Always a coward. I'm sorry, Hermione Granger. I love you, Hermione Granger. Chapter 35. Draco's POV. I sat in my room waiting, my head in my hands, my heart pounding with nothing but fright. I couldn't control my thoughts, my head running wild with things I didn't even know I would even think of, just to distract myself, although I was failing miserably at doing so. I heard a knock at my door which caused me to freeze, fear becoming the only emotion running through my body. It was happening. The moment I knew was coming all holidays, all because my excuse of a father fucked up once again. I knew this would fuck me up for the rest of my life, but the only way to get out of it was to die, but I was too much of a coward to do that. Then there was her. The girl with the bushy brown hair and dark brown eyes. The girl who can pull you into her charm without her even realizing it herself. The girl who is delicate and innocent, but an absolute warrior when it comes to fighting, both physically and mentally. The girl who dedicates everything to her two stupid sidekicks. The girl who is fighting on the opposite side of the war, risking her life every day to fix the damage people like me cause.
People like me.
People who know nothing but destruction. People who I want absolutely nothing to do with, yet that's the exact path I'm heading down. The person standing at the door knocked again, only this time letting themselves into the room. Standing there was my mother, her normally void of emotion face filled with worry, her blue eyes glossed with tears. She walked over to me, shutting the door as she made her way over, stopping when she was an arm's distance away from me. "It's time," she whispered. I just nodded and began to walk out when my mother stopped me, placing both her hands on my shoulders. "Draco," she whispered, "promise me. Promise me you won't do anything stupid. Promise me you do what I planned. Just block out your thoughts and do what he says, nothing more or nothing less." "I promise," I mumbled, my voice sounding hoarse. My mother closed her eyes and reopened them, her face becoming a mask of nothing. She grabbed a hold of my arm and pulled me out of my room and through my manor until we reached the door of the room that would change everything. She pushed open the door, revealing a black and gray room, everything about it screaming evil. And there, standing right in the middle of the room, was the man with the snake-like face, his red eyes boring into my own. "Ah, Draco," he drawled. "I was beginning to worry you'd forgotten." "No, my lord," I spoke clearly, trying to keep my voice level. I walked closer to him, trying my hardest not to flinch from his hard gaze. "Arm," he demanded. I put out my left arm, pulling up the sleeve of my black suit to my elbow. He placed his wand on my arm, pressing it into my skin. I felt like screaming out in pain. All I could feel was a sensation of both fire and poison coursing through my body, especially in my arm. It lasted for a couple of minutes before the pain began to fade, and it was only then I decided to look down at the damage there, my whole body freezing as I saw the jet black skull with the moving snake. The dark mark, a mark what people like her would be terrified of if they caught sight of it. Yet it was what was now branded permanently onto my arm. My lord, if I may say, I think I suspected cowardice in him throughout that. Yaxley, a Death Eater who isn't fond of the Malfoys, sneered. "I agree with you, Yaxley. Perhaps he needs a little teaching," the Dark Lord smiled, showing his rotten, yellow teeth. Before I knew what was happening, though, my stomach and face felt like it was being punched and sliced all at once, before the pain traveled around my entire body. I let out a yelp of pain as I fell onto my knees, trying my hardest not to show weakness in front of the person who could kill me in a heartbeat without even having to think about it. Finally, after what seemed like hours of what felt like having my body demolished, the curse was lifted, air finally filling up my lungs. "Now, Draco, are you sure you will follow me and not betray me?" the most feared man asked. "Yes, my lord," I spoke, nodding my head. "You may leave now," he said finally, turning around. "Thank you, my lord," I said clearly, but in the inside I was terrified. I walked out of the room calmly, but as soon as I knew I was far away from that evil room, I sprinted back up to my own, slamming the door shut when I reached it. I leant my back up against the wall next to the door and slid down it, rubbing my hands over my face and leaving them in my hair, gripping it tightly. All I could do was cry to myself, pathetic tears flowing freely down my always pale cheeks, knowing how I've lost every single chance of fucking redemption I may have once had. And knowing how I had to keep my distance from the one person who changes me, the only person who can help having to be wiped from my life. All whilst I was here by myself, alone. Always alone. Chapter 36. Hermione's POV. We walked into Madame Malkin's robe shop, Harry, Ron, and I, each of us needing new robes for the upcoming school year. The three of us walked further into the store, stopping when we heard that all too familiar voice echo around us. "Not a child. In case you haven't noticed, Mother. I am perfectly capable of doing my shopping alone." I almost smiled at that, only stopping myself when I knew I would have some explaining to do to Harry and Ron. I caught a glimpse of his almost white hair, but did nothing more, staying beside my two best friends' sides as I observed him from behind the shelves. "Watch where you're sticking that pin, will you?" he hissed, causing me to roll my eyes and walk into view, despite Ron's attempts to pull me back, ignoring the small sparks that flew up my arm when he grabbed it softly, even though I didn't believe that my feelings for the Weasley were anything important, and that it was just a phase from after I dated Fred last school year. Draco's looked over at us, and a leer crossed his face. His eyes lingered on the two boys next to me, narrowing his light gray eyes before his gaze landed on me. "If you're wondering what that smell is, Mother, a mudblood just walked in," he said in a low voice to his tall mother, her face smooth and her blonde hair falling graciously down her back. Overall, she was an absolute beauty. It was no wonder why the platinum blonde Slytherin standing beside her had the good looks he had. I didn't take his insult as an offense, telling myself that he was only saying it to keep up his Malfoy reputation in front of his mother, but something about that unnerving glare of his screamed a different story, his menacing eyes almost sending shivers down my spine as a smirk grew on his face, almost as he could read my every thought. "I don't think there's any need for language like that," Madame Malkin said, frowning, causing all our heads to turn to the woman holding a tape measure and her wand, "and I don't want ones drawn in my shop either." The robe maker was staring at Harry and Ron, who both had their wands out, aiming at Draco. I groaned inwardly as I took a step forward, the both of them somehow stepping forward without my notice. "No, don't, honestly, it's not worth it," I whispered to them sharply. "Yeah, like you dare do magic out of school," Draco sneered. I rolled my eyes, about to retort something when his gaze stopped me in my tracks completely, almost as if I were frozen. He walked up to me, a slight swagger in his step, the sneer not once leaving his sharp features. Once he was standing directly in front of me, and I made no signs of movement. He brought his hand up to my face and ran two of his fingers along my bruised eye. I could feel my breath hitch in my throat and my body physically tense. His touch, so gentle and caressing, but all I felt was the hatred he had, most likely for me, seep slowly into my body, evil radiating off him. His whole aurora changed in a matter of 2.5 months. "Who blacked your eye, Granger?" Draco asked, voice soft but so harsh. My mind finally began to process thoughts and come back to its senses when he spoke, and a low growl formed in my chest. I slapped his hand away, casting him the most hateful glare I could muster. "I want to send them flowers," he continued, smirking darkly. I tried to lunge forward at him, a thing I normally wouldn't do unless I was severely pissed off, but that's exactly how I was, and I was just thankful for Ron, who was there behind me, pulling me back. "I would let you go and attack him, but I don't want him to hurt you back," Ron whispered to me, making me blush slightly at his concern for my safety, no matter how hard I tried to resist it. The blonde looked at me seriously, his face turning smug to unreadable in under a second as he noticed the encounter between me and Ron. That was when it hit me. He was jealous. Instead of feeling guilty like I knew I should, all I felt was an evil sort of glee as my lips pulled up into a smirk that could most likely give the Slytherin a run for his money. I flicked my eyes to Ron and then back to Draco, a sneer filling my face as I mouthed the words, "And Fred." Draco's eyes, now sporting a dark shade of gray, almost black looking in the light, narrowed at me, but he chose not to say a word, especially with his mother there, so all he did was mouth the word "slut" to me, expecting me to give a big reaction, but all I did was sarcastically, silently chuckle, raising an eyebrow at him. Madame Malkin walked over to Draco and acted like the rivalry between the 4 teenagers and one mother wasn't there, and started playing around with his robes once more. I think this left sleeve could come up a little bit more. Let me just dash.
Ouch.
Draco bellowed, physically flinching. Watch where you put your pins, woman. Mother. But Narcissa Malfoy wasn't paying any attention to her only son as she was too deep into an argument with Harry that she ignored everything and everyone. But all I could do was replay. The image of Draco flinching when Madame Malkin placed a hand on his left arm, not a single pin in her hand. Don't pretend to know what happened there, Granger. Draco sneered, leaning over me with one hand pressed up against the wall that was behind me. I don't know anything yet. That's why I'm trying to work it out. Maybe you could give me a slight clue as to what the hell crawled up your ass. I asked sarcastically. Oh, I'm splendid, Granger. And this so-called attitude you think I have isn't because of myself. It was because I had to see that ugly face of the mudblood earlier than I prepared for, and incidentally, it began to ruin my day. He smirked, his eyes not welcoming like they once were. Do you ever stop lying? I saw the way you reacted when Ron held me back. I spat at him. Here's the thing, Granger. You say you're smart, yet the answers you think are right are actually false. Because, newsflash, Granger, people like me don't fall for mudbloods, especially ones like you. So, if you really want to know why I reacted in such way I did when Weasley said those oh-so-soothing and sweet words to you that made you blush like a little girl, it was because I was highly disgusted and felt the need to think of anything but that so I wouldn't throw up all over the floor because, well, that's just not what I do, he said menacingly. Do you think you're superior to me by calling me a mudblood? I asked, my voice raising slightly higher in both volume and pitch. Fuck. You are actually more of an idiot than I originally thought you were, he chuckled darkly. I was, and I always will superior over you, Granger, because guess what? You are just a mudblood, and nothing more. You are the literal filth of the earth, and it's a wonder these 2 fuckers you call friends decide to stick beside you. Because if I were a blood traitor, not even I would want to go anywhere near you. And I know what you're thinking. What about all those years when we were younger? Well, guess what, Granger, they meant nothing to me and we never had anything, not even a friendship. Because you, Hermione Granger, are nothing. I fought back the tears that were burning the backs of my eye sockets, threatening to come out any minute. I turned around and stormed out of the robe shop, only briefly hearing the Slytherin shout, "Are you going to cry like you did when you were 12? I slammed the door to the shop hard, sure that a window would break with the force, and I ran, all the way to the one shop I knew I would find the person I need. And sure enough, as soon as I walked in, he found me, and I lunged into his arms whilst he held me and took me outside, whispering soothing words into my ear. The only person who has ever made my life better when the blonde asshole ruins and breaks me down. Because no matter how much I thought I loved Draco Malfoy, I guess I would always love Fred Weasley more, just like he tells me he still loves me, in more than a sister way. And that is how we end up against the wall of the shop next to his, making out with emotion being radiated off us, the distance and the time we spend apart dawning on us both as I soon also shed tears of happiness. Happiness to be reunited back with the one and the only one who tends to make everything better. And when I see the glimpse of almost white hair in the distance, walking down the street of where we were, knowing that he would have passed us and seen us, I didn't care. Because no matter how many times I've said I was done with Draco fucking Malfoy, I've never meant something so much in my life, and nor has he meant an insult or even said something as harsh as he did ever before. And it dawned on me that I would probably spend the rest of my life hating the person I wished to have a forever with. But my heart was too broken to be mended, even by Fred, no matter how many times he attached his lips to mine, no matter how many times he said those comforting, loving words to me. All because of one cowardly person going by the name of Draco Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 37. Hermione's POV. Anger. A feeling I often feel but almost never act upon it. But right now was not one of those times, as my face was red with anger and my eyes a shade of brown that could pass off as dirt. That was when I saw him, his lips attached to Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson looking at the pair from a distance with a hurt expression on her face and possibly a few tears on her cheeks. I would have almost felt sorry for her if it weren't for the fact that my blood and my temper was at boiling point, ready to flow over at any second, destructing everything. Instead of turning around and walking away when I saw the two in a very heated embrace, I walked straight up to them, grabbing the back of the blonde Slytherin's robes and pulling him back, shoving him against the wall he had Daphne pressed against only moments before, except instead of having what appeared to be a satisfying time for the both of them, this was far from it. I had my wand pressed up against his throat, only reducing the pressure I had on the wand that was pressing deep into his throat when he visibly winced in pain. "I think you have an obsession with me, Granger," Draco whispered menacingly. "I wouldn't call me wanting to kill you every second of every day an obsession," I hissed. "I think that if you think about me as often you do, that's an obsession," he sneered. "Fuck, you're so self-obsessed and so fucking naive. Stop trying to make out that every sentence everyone says is about you because, well, since your idiotic brain is so dumb, let me make it clearer for you." "It's not," I growled. He was about to retort with something, but I pushed hard into his throat with my wand, most likely cutting off his airways whilst I was at it. He still managed to put a smirk on his face and raise his eyebrow, his features asking me if that was all I could do. I grabbed the blonde by the neck, replacing my wand with my hand, and shoved him to the ground, a malicious smile that wasn't mine filling my face. I sat on top of him, bringing my fist up behind my head and bringing it back down on his face, doing so repetitively until there was a lining of blood covering his pale features. I only realized then that the two Slytherin girls weren't there and had to give a slight amount of gratitude to Pansy, knowing that she would have been the one to drag the Greengrass sister away from the scene. I returned my attention to the boy who was under my firm grasp, him giving me the deadliest glare he could muster, and if I were in my right mind, I would be screaming mercy. "Get off me, mudblood," he growled. "Why'd you do it? Why did you break Harry's nose? And worst of all, why were you such a coward and did it whilst you paralyzed him?" I asked, my eyes most likely as deadly as his. "Why'd you break mine then?" he asked back, baring his teeth. "Well, that's easy. It's because I absolutely hate you. I wouldn't give any fucks if you went and got murdered by your dear old Dark Lord and his oh-so-lovely followers." I spat at him. Draco suddenly flipped me over hard onto the ground, his once welcoming eyes now that all-too-familiar black shade of gray. He put his hand around my throat, his body rising up and down as he took furious breaths. "Don't you fucking dare make assumptions like that," he literally growled. "And if you really want to know, you're the one who's going to be killed by the Dark Lord himself for being the filthiest mudblood alive." Is that really all you can use as an insult? Because, well, in case you didn't realize, Death Eater, that is getting quite old and has zero effect on me anymore, I half lied.
"Fine.
You, Hermione Granger, is a person who deserves nothing, a person who shouldn't even be alive, because all you do is affect everyone with your presence. The only reason people can put up with your existence is so they can copy the answers your fucked up brain somehow produces. And well, as you say, the insult is apparently overused, but hey, it's only the truth. So yes, you are a mudblood, just a filthy little mudblood. Someone who doesn't deserve their magic and shouldn't even be on the earth because of the disgrace they are. Someone who I wouldn't even hire to do my every bidding because, well, not only would you fuck up and fail at everything, you would ruin everything by being in a 5-meter radius of it. He didn't dare stop during that speech when the tears began to slide down my cheeks. He didn't even care that he just shattered me, but I knew the worst was yet to come, and sure enough, it came. The day you die will be the day I'll finally be happy, and hopefully I'll be there when it happens, and hopefully it will be soon. He grinned menacingly, lowering his voice to a whisper. I couldn't take it anymore. He'd taken it one step too far, and I could feel my whole body rip into shreds. I pushed my body off the ground with his hand still around my neck, pushing him hard against whatever was behind us, when he did what I thought I would never do. He slapped me hard across the face, the sting burning my cheeks almost immediately as tears of pain began to mix with the others. He made no movement to apologize, but I could have sworn I saw his eyes widen, but it was probably because I didn't flinch away from his touch, especially when it appeared that he was going to hit me again. I just stared at him, bringing my fingers up to my lips when they wouldn't stop stinging, and felt a liquid substance go on my fingers. I brought my hand back down and observed my fingers, looking at the blood that dripped down my hand. I didn't know how to react to a guy, especially the guy who I had feelings for since I was 11, hitting me, especially across the face. So I did the only thing that came into my mind, although it consisted of two things. The first was running, so that's what I did. I sprinted away in the opposite direction, all the way to the Gryffindor common room, grabbing what I needed and then running back out, not noticing anyone. I continued to run, all the way to the astronomy tower, stopping at the entrance and looking at the bottle of Muggle painkillers I had in my hand. I opened the bottle and shoved all of the tablets into my mouth at once, swallowing them with the glass of water I had conjured. I threw the empty glass onto the ground and walked over to the railing of building, sliding my feet over until I was just sitting on the thin railing. That was the second part, self-destruct. And I guess everyone has that switch in their mind, each one set up to have a different way to do it. Most people's switches just get left alone, ignored, but not mine. Mine had been flicked on, and it had no way of going back. So despite the voice that I heard screaming my name, or perhaps the voice that I was imagining, I jumped. Chapter 38. Draco's POV. Everything that I tried to fix was failing. Nothing I did was right. I tried to push her away so I wouldn't hurt her, but all I did was potentially kill her, her heart already failing and flatlining 13 times since she was admitted to St. Mungo's, and it was all my fault. Every broken bone, every scratch and cut. That image, the one of her lifeless body at the bottom of the astronomy tower, never once being erased from my mind. I remember running the fastest I have before to reach where she was, the minutes passing as I tried to reach her precious to whether or not she would survive, but that mere memory sent me into a dreamlike phase. When I reached her, I felt my breath hitch in my throat as I took in her form, blood seeping out from her nose as she lay on the ground in a twisted position, her broken femur poking out from under her skin, slicing it the whole way up. I ran over to her side, grabbing her wrist and checking for her pulse, but I didn't feel one, sending me into a mode of panic. I did the only thing that came to my head, which was send a Patronus to any of the teachers. I grabbed out my wand and closed my eyes, picturing her rosy cheeks and chocolate eyes, muttering the incantation whilst doing so, but nothing but a pathetic, thin wisp of white came from my wand, her smiling face turning back to the image of her pale, bleeding body. I growled and chucked my wand to the floor, giving up on all means of magic, and decided to attempt to save her the Muggle way, us wizards only adapting to the method within the last 10 years. I put both my hands on her chest and compressed down, repetitively doing so, before parting her lips and placing mine on her freezing, lifeless ones, breathing into her body, before resuming on the compressions. "Come on, Hermione, don't die on me," I demanded, feeling tears burn my sockets as she resumed to remain still and cold. She made no signs of any movement, So I quickly grabbed my wand, stashing it into my pocket, before picking up her light body, sprinting to the hospital wing with her in my arms. As soon as I burst through the doors of the school's hospital, I shouted out for help, placing Hermione down on the bed gently, ignoring the tears I knew were sliding down my cheeks. The school's healer came running out from her small office, her eyes wide as she took in the body that was laying on the bed. "My dear boy, what on earth happened?" Madame Pomfrey asked. She jumped. "Astronomy tower," was all I managed to get out. She nodded and pulled the curtain around the bed, but she allowed me to stand next to Hermione's body. But no matter how hard she tried to restart Hermione's heart, nothing was happening, and it took all my effort and self-will not to break down on the spot as I looked at the brunette's bruised, lifeless body. I was pulled back to the reality surrounding me when the room I was sitting in was filled with multiple machines beeping. I looked over at her, all these different cords stuck on her body and pierced into her skin, with 2 going into her nose, each one connecting up to a different machine. The beeping didn't stop, and only then did I look up at the monitor hanging above the head of the bed. Instead of a jagged, moving line where her heart rate was being displayed, it was replaced with a constant flat line. I guess her heart doesn't want to continue beating, it being the 14th time it had stopped within the 3 weeks she had been in here. I watched as a group of healers stormed into her room, each one preparing to do what they had to in order to save her, but that was when I realized they weren't bringing in any machines with them. "Where's that electric heart starter machine?" I asked, standing up. "I'm afraid it's been used on her so many times that if we use it on her anymore, her heart will just give out, and we definitely won't be able to restart it again," a male healer answered. "So what? We just sit here and see if her heart just picks up right back to where it was before without helping it beat again." I spat at him. "I'm afraid that's exactly what we have to do, Dash." "Fuck that then," I growled, pushing past him and over to Hermione, moving a few of the grouped-up medical cords and tubes, then starting compressions on her chest, exactly how I was when she first got into this situation. I continued for what seemed like hours, compressing her chest a few times, then giving her a breath, repeating the progress continuously until my hands were red and aching, but she still lay there lifeless, the monitor above her still giving out a wild, continuous beat. It was only then I stopped trying to revive her and grabbed her cheeks in my hands and rested my forehead on hers. "I'm so sorry, Mione," I whispered, a sob escaping past my lips as I closed my eyes, tears falling at a rapid pace. I couldn't bear it, the pain. I had already given up so much within the last year, but to have her taken away from me in the worst possible way shattered everything inside me. I broke down, my head on her shoulder, my sobs echoing around the room we were in. I could feel the sympathetic stares of the healers on me, but at that moment, I couldn't care less what people thought about me. All I cared about was the girl I technically killed. That was when I felt the slightest twitch in her shoulder, causing me to spring back in surprise. I then saw her index finger move, almost like her body was trying to wake itself up. I didn't know exactly what those minor twitches meant, but I took it as her body trying to revive itself. So once again, I started compressions on her chest, it seeming like it was the only thing I knew how to do. Then it happened. Her chest began to vibrate with constant thuds, and the continuous beeping of the monitor stopped. But then she did the unexpected. She took in a deep breath, and her chocolate brown eyes shot open in one swift motion. Her breathing was heavy, and her eyes were glazed and distant. But then she focused them on me, those chocolate orbs staring at me like nothing had happened. That's when I couldn't contain my emotions any longer and put my head on her chest, crying tears of relief and happiness that she was no longer gone. "You're back. You're here," was all I managed to get out through the sobs that were overpowering my words. She was silent for a moment, but then stroked my cheek ever so softly. "Yes," she whispered, running her fingers through my hair in a soothing way. I'm here. Chapter 39. Hermione's POV. I always knew from the day I woke up in that hospital bed people would be treading on eggshells around me, but even after 5 months of the incident, everyone, including both Harry and Ron, and even the Slytherins, were still treating me like I was going to break down at any moment. I couldn't exactly blame them though, especially Harry and Ron, the only two who knew exactly what happened the second time, although Lavender, as daft and as annoying as she may be, basically saved my life by alerting the ginger-haired boy of the situation, and for that, I give her a slight amount of gratitude, only because she got through and managed to stay calm with the amount of blood on the bathroom floor, but I don't thank her, because she ruined what I was intending to do. But looking down at the thick scars on both my wrists, I wondered if I should have had a better plan, because nothing that I come up with seems to work, or I know won't be able to be completed, or it would just be plain stupid. But maybe that was why my conclusive idea could work, because it is so stupid that people won't be able to stop it. I knew that since I was back at school, and not on the verge of, or actually dying, Draco could finally start or resume whatever it is he has to do. He has become quieter, barely throwing around insults to anyone these days, his face almost never around when there was no class. I notice a lot more things these days. The way Harry looks at Ginny, the way Seamus' eyes have turned ever so slightly darker ever since news spread that Dean and Ginny were a couple, or maybe it could be from stress and worry and was just a coincidence. Hannah Abbott has changed her style, her hair normally down and curled and her skirt slightly higher, showing off her long, tan legs, although no one seemed to have noticed. But the one thing that caught my attention the most was the way Lavender Brown looked at Ron Weasley, her eyes almost never leaving his face, even when he was looking right back at her. I shook my head and let out a small chuckle, chuckling to myself as I walked up to my dormitory, but boy was I wrong. The pair were on my bed, all of their clothes on the floor, whilst the ginger was deep inside her. I could feel my mouth hanging open in pure shock and disgust, but what was worse was the tears I could feel trying to escape past my eyelids. I ran out of the room, but made sure to slam my door on the way out so they'd know someone saw them, and sure enough, I heard Ron yell out a string of curse words. I practically jogged out of the common room, walking forward with zero idea of where I was going. But I stopped and turned around when I heard the culprit sister's voice calling out my name. God, Hermione, you walk so fast, Ginny mumbled, catching her breath. So I've been told, I muttered, wiping away a tear that I knew the female Weasley would have seen. What happened back there? She asked softly. I looked at her, studying her face for a few moments, watching how sincere she looked when she stared right back at me. They were fucking on my bed, and I happened to walk in on them, I sighed.
Who?
Ron and Brown, Ginny questioned. I nodded, sinking down to the ground, Ginny sitting down next to me. You like him, don't you? She asked quietly. Unfortunately, I mumbled. But there's more to this than you're leading on? The girl continued, earning another nod from me. Ginny just looked at me, complete understanding in her eyes as she observed my face. You love someone else though, don't you? She whispered. That was when a small sob escaped past my lips, making the girl wrap her arms around me, only this time doing tightly, not worrying if I was going to break in half, giving me the support I needed. It's Draco. I love him, Jin. I love him, but I know I can't. And some days I think that he might feel something back. Like when I woke up in the hospital, he was so happy that I woke up, yet he was the only who basically put me there with his insults that get more vicious each time he spits them at me. And it's those days where I forget all chances of him ever thinking of me in a way that isn't the filth on his shoe. I cried into her shoulder. There's something else though, Ginny stated. He said that he's never going to let me go again. That was after I woke up. But I know he can't be anything, and I know he can't even think of me as anything because Well, let's say if he is one of them, what would you know who say if Draco had feeling towards a mudblood like me? I sighed, my breath shaky. The Weasley girl pulled back and looked at me seriously, the most serious I had ever seen her before. She grabbed my hand and held it in hers, a small but sad smile on her lips. Then you make sure you know who never finds out, Ginny whispered, pulling me up off the floor and taking me back to the common room. You guys love each other, but you just need to stop worrying about everything else and start focusing on yourselves, or trust me, you will definitely regret it. I stopped walking and turned to the girl I classified as a best friend and flung my arms around her, felling her own wrap around me. Just remember that he loves you, and you love him, that you always have, and that you always will. Chapter 40. Draco's POV. I guess I never really understood how much words could hurt people. I knew my plan had worked, and that she had finally fallen for the weasel instead of me, the coward Death Eater, even though that huge consequence came with the plan, but something had changed about her. Not only mentally, but standing only a few meters in front of her, I could see it physically. Her eyes were no longer the chocolate brown with the amber specks. Instead, they were a never-ending, murky bronze color. Under her eyes were lined with deep purple and black bags, her skin thin and pale. Her body shape was also different. The normally baggy robes she wore were almost like blankets on her, but now, seeing her in only a tank top and shorts, I could see why. Her collarbone and hip bone seemed to stand out the most. The bone, clearly visible from under her skin, whilst the rest of her body was just incredibly thin. "Enjoying what you see, Malfoy?" Hermione asked in a whisper, her voice not sounding right. I returned my gaze to her unwelcoming eyes, wanting to look away, mainly because I couldn't stand seeing her like this, but also because I could finally see that long scar that lined her leg from the night everything went down. I try so hard not to think about it. The way she just jumped like it was the easiest thing in the world, but some nights the memory appears in my nightmares, her crumpled body always causing me to jerk awake. She had recovered fully, but I guess not all scars go away, or maybe she just wanted to keep it there as a reminder of what I caused. "What are you doing here?" she asked, trying to raise her voice but failing. "I want to apologize," I whispered, taking a step forward, but watching as she took 4 large steps back. "For what? For tormenting me? For hitting me? For appearing in and ruining my life?" Hermione questioned, her eyes becoming clouded with tears. "Everything," I sighed. "I want to apologize for everything. Hermione dash. Don't say my name," she mumbled, cutting me off, closing her eyes, reopening them when she felt my hands on either side of her arms that was basically just bone. "Why not? I want to address you, so I will do so by saying your name," I told her, shaking her very gently, scared that she would break in my fingers. Something fell out of her pocket when I shook her, a white bottle rolling across the ground at our feet. I picked up the bottle, ignoring her weak attempts to stop me. I read the label and widened my eyes, even though I knew I shouldn't be surprised. "Antidepressants?" I questioned, shaking the bottle to see how many were in it. Hermione just looked at me, her bushy hair acting like a curtain to cover her face. "I'm sure it's all a little far-fetched, don't you think? I mean, Madame Pomfrey must just be giving you these as a precaution, because you don't have depression, right?" I asked, mainly to myself than to her. But all the signs, the rapid weight loss, never turning up to meals, never enthusiastic in class, the quietness, her whole complexion and personality. But she didn't answer my question, instead just squirming ever so slightly, trying to look anywhere but me. I looked back at the bottle, widening my eyes as I read the date they were given to her, which was only yesterday, and quickly unscrewed the cap, looking inside to find only 7 tablets left in a bottle of 30. "You've been overdosing, haven't you?" I questioned, and when she didn't answer, I raised my voice a little. Haven't you? She gave a weak nod of the head, but then tried to hide her wrists from me. An action she tried to hide, but I saw it. Show me your wrists, I ordered. And no, she finally spoke, her voice shaking. Granger dash, I started, but I stopped mid-sentence when she reluctantly shoved her wrists in my face, closing her eyes that were leaking tears. I almost fell over when I saw the amount of scars lining both her arms, but mainly the left, some white, almost transparent, whilst others were a faded pink color, with a few a dark red, but what caught me off guard the most was the thick, reddish, pink scars that were directly on both her wrists where the veins are visible. That was when I remembered her 2-week-long absence in class a couple of months ago, Potter and Weasley saying that it was because she was sick, but now I finally knew why. It was a failed suicide attempt. Why did you do this? And why didn't you let Madame Pomfrey heal you? I asked, grabbing her small, cold face in my hands, trying not to show the hurt when she pushed them right away, although I couldn't blame her. I'm a mudblood, remember? I'm not supposed to have magic, so I don't want it anymore. I got these healed the Muggle way, Hermione explained in a quiet voice. Oh no. No, 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 no. Hermione, don't take what I said literally, PLE dash. It's fine, it's done. Although I'm afraid I'm having a slight bit of trouble with your last wish, she said, cutting me off. Which is? I gulped. Don't be stupid, Malfoy. You know exactly what. You want me dead, so that's what I'm trying to do, although everything and everyone seems to find a way to save me, unfortunately. She smiled sadly, her eyes gleaming with tears. When was the last time you've eaten? I asked, changing the subject. Hermione thought about it for a second before answering. Yesterday morning, I think. I sighed and looked at her, grabbing her frail hand in mine and pressing it to my lips. No matter how much she hated me, I did it. Hermione, I need you to listen to me, and don't you dare zone out whilst I'm saying this, okay? She nodded her head. I don't hate you, so whatever I said, it's not true, and I'm not just saying that. I have my reason of why I did it, but I'm afraid I can't share them with you now, but one day I will. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Hermione, for everything. The words, for causing the tears, and most of all, for hitting you. I don't even know what came over me, but I was just so angry at everything, and you just came along and gave me a chance to release my anger, but I did it on you, and I hate myself for it. I just need you to understand that I didn't mean a single word of what I said, and whatever you do, please don't cut anymore. Please don't overdose, and most of all, please don't try to kill yourself. Start eating again. Start being that happy, bright girl you once were again. I'm begging you to. Why, Malfoy? Why should I do anything that you say? She whispered, thick tears running down her cheeks. I was the one who started this mess by shoving all of those lies in your face, so it's my duty to finish it all off, and I'm doing so by making sure you return to your old state. I'm going to make sure you eat properly, I'm going to make sure you're being social, and I'm going to make sure you don't go into a full-blown relapse like you did, I explained, my voice firm enough to tell her that there was no point arguing, but it was soft enough that I knew she would obey, even if it was reluctant. It was quiet for a few minutes. The only sound echoing through the corridor was the soft chirping from outside the castle's walls. My eyes remained on Hermione the entire time, although her gaze didn't meet mine. Instead, they roamed every wall around her. I'm sorry for everything, Draco. I didn't want all this to happen, but it just did, she whispered suddenly, making me jump slightly. And I'm sorry for creating all this shit in the first place, I mumbled, taking a step toward her, a ghost of a smile crossing my lips as she didn't move away, nor did she even flinch. That was when she sprung at me, her feet only just roughing the ground as she wrapped her thin arms around my chest, placing her cheek just above my heart. I relaxed almost immediately into her, putting my own arms around her small body and placing my chin on the top of my head. Whilst I breathed in her scent of vanilla and cinnamon, I let the fact that she had forgiven me of what I did to her, for ruining her life, run through me, causing a small smile to form on my lips. She must have sensed it because she tightened her grip around me, the girl still having a fair bit of strength despite everything that happened, and I could have sworn I heard her mumble, "Never push me away again." Chapter 41. Hermione's POV. I sat across from Harry in our common room, Ron sitting next to me, Ginny on my other side. I was glaring at Harry, no sympathy running through me as I watched his regretful face. I was so angry at him for what he did, I almost wanted to throw a whole bunch of hexes at him, but I refrained myself from doing so, because I knew I was better than that, but it didn't stop the hatred I could feel running through me as the minutes passed. He just sat there, his eyes gazed off in the distance. That was when I threw down the book I was holding and stood up, glaring at him as I did so, his attention being brought to me. "Hermione. Wadash. Don't Hermione me, Harry James Potter. You know exactly what you did wrong, but instead of doing the right thing, all you want to do is keep a hold of that bloody book that almost killed someone." I yelled at him, cutting him off. "You know how bad I feel for sending that curse at Malfoy. I regret it so much. You don't understand the guilt I have, right, Dash? This isn't about your guilt and regret, Dash. Will you shut up for a minute, Hermione?" Harry shouted, causing me to immediately shut my mouth, as I was saying if I knew what that spell did, I wouldn't have used it. But he attacked me first, Hermione, and it was a simple reflex to shout out the spell that came to my head first. He was scared, Harry. That's what you didn't take into account. You walked in on him when he was breaking down, when he was vulnerable. He was in a state that no one has ever seen him in before, and it was you, of all the people in the school, and of all the enemies he has, it was you, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and the boy who in a way destroyed his life. I retorted, "Oh, so now you're saying that I've destroyed his life because his dumb father couldn't do the job his dear old master set for him? He's just as much to blame as I am, Hermione, and you know that in yourself," Harry said, his voice hard. "How did you feel when Ron almost died in the apparent hands of Draco Malfoy? Well, Malfoy has friends too, and how do you think they would feel knowing that their best friend died in the hands of Harry Potter, all because his head is too big from some stupid, fatal potions book he found and won't give up?" I spat. "Oh, give it a rest, would you, Hermione?" Ginny yelled suddenly, giving me one of her Weasley glares. But instead of shutting up and sitting down, I turned around and stormed to the door of the common room, turning around when I had my hand on the door itself. "I don't even know who you are anymore," I muttered angrily, looking at Harry and Ginny, not bothering to spare Ron a glance, storming out of the room and into the cold hallway. I could feel my face burning with anger as I tried to keep myself calm and not smash the statues and paintings lining the corridors. I snuck into the hospital wing, making sure I wasn't caught by Madame Pomfrey or Filch, especially because it was past curfew. I walked over to his bed, kneeling down beside it. His currently silver eyes locked with mine for a few seconds before he returned his gaze to the ceiling. He had a single scar on his cheek, the red line contrasting with his pale skin. He looked so peaceful in that moment, despite everything going on. I looked at his bandaged body, his chest, red from the scars, exposed. Each of them were long and jagged, and all I wanted to do was kiss each one to make it better. But the world we live in was definitely no fantasy. "How are you feeling?" I asked in a whisper. "Like shit," he sighed, turning his head to look at me. "And these?" I questioned, tracing one of his scars on his stomach with my finger lightly. "Hurts like a bitch." He winced. I had to restrain myself from pulling out my wand and performing all the healing spells I knew just to make him better. "I'm sorry about what he did," I mumbled. "It's not your fault. It's just that stupid Potter wanted to be almighty once again." Draco growled. I've tried talking to him, telling him that you have feelings too, but he just doesn't understand. I sighed. It's fine, I'm fine, was all he responded with. Are you fine? I asked rhetorically. You almost died. I don't know how I would be able to live with myself if you did. He looked at me and gave me a small smile that never quite reached his eyes. I didn't though, did I? I'm still here, and I'm breathing, and that's all that matters, isn't it? Draco said quietly, looking like he was bound to break down at any moment. Why were you crying, Draco? I asked, grabbing his hand, ignoring the sparks I felt when he closed his fingers around mine. You'll soon find out, he whispered. I nodded and rested my head on his bed, my hand still in his. I closed my eyes to stop the tears I knew were coming from slipping down my cheeks. I knew then how he must have felt when I wasn't myself, and almost died how he must have felt because now I felt it too. It's the feeling of being utterly helpless in a situation where you wish you can fix, but you know you can't. He reached over and pushed a few stubborn strands of hair away from my face and behind my ear, the blanket dropping from his left arm, showing what I already assumed was there. I sat up, but instead of feeling scared like I should be, I felt pain. His pain. Draco. I breathed, my eyes still on the jet black mark tattooed onto his skin. He followed my gaze, and as soon as he saw what I was looking at, he quickly covered his arm under the blanket again. Fuck, he muttered, slamming his head back down onto the hospital wings pillow. Draco, it's Dash.
Go.
Please, he whispered, his voice pleading. I watched his face as I reluctantly stood up, allowing the tears I tried so hard to stop slide down my face. I watched as his face crumpled, but his intense, now dark gray eyes remained on my own. I leant down and kissed his forehead before leaving the hospital wing, looking back one last time, seeing tears of his own cascading down his pale cheeks. Chapter 42. Draco's POV. 2 days. 2 days until it was happening. 2 days until his death. I could feel my mark burning, but so were the back of my eyes, caused by the tears that I refused to let out. The cabinet that I had spent almost my entire 6th year on was finally fixed, but I didn't dare tell anyone or otherwise the task would be pushed to tonight, and I couldn't dare do anything with my head the way it was. Draco. I heard a voice call, so I turned around. There, standing a few meters behind me, was the girl I loved, no longer with buck teeth or a bird's nest for hair, no longer skin and bone but her old self, except for the slight personality change that no one but me had noticed. I turned straight back around as soon as I connected eyes with her, not wanting any of my emotions to leak out. Hermione continued to call my name, but I kept ignoring her until I felt myself freeze on the spot. I tried to turn around but found I was unable to. Then it hit me. She had temporarily paralyzed me. Once she had caught up with me, she removed the spell, but made sure I wasn't able to get out of an arm's length of her. I guess she really does live up to her title some days. Draco, why are you so scared of me? Hermione asked softly. Scared, Granger? I don't think so. I lied, but the truth was, I was truly terrified of hurting her, of losing her. Draco, you don't have to act strong around me. I know, she whispered, placing her warm, soft hand on my cheek. I couldn't control the next wave of anger and sadness, mixed with other emotions, that came over me. Tears began to roll down my cheeks as my breathing turned into strong sobs, my whole body shaking. Hermione wrapped her arms around me and held me in her warm embrace, saying or doing nothing, which is exactly what I needed, someone who wouldn't judge a Malfoy for crying. After a few long minutes passed, my sobs weren't slowing down. If anything, they were sounding louder. Hermione pulled back, and I thought she was going to leave me crying when she placed her hands on the sleeve of my shirt, pulling up the left one. I clamped my eyes shut in embarrassment, ashamed of the mark that defined me, but Hermione did exactly the opposite of what I suspected her to do. Instead of hurting me or just walking away, she began to trace the outline of it ever so slightly, a wave of sparks coursing through my body. Hermione, stop. You're too pure, I sighed, pulling down my sleeve, completely oblivious that I still had tears running down my pale cheeks. And you're just a boy who did nothing to deserve a fate like you have. A boy who doesn't realize that a stupid mark that he has doesn't define him as a person, and what really matters is who they are on the inside. She smiled, but her eyes were becoming glassy. I'm not good. I'll ruin you. I could hurt you. I sobbed. But I believe you won't, and that's all that matters. Hermione mumbled as tears of her own were starting to fall. I can't stand to lose you again. You mean too much to me for you to just disappear out of my life in the hands of someone like me, I cried out. Listen to me. I trust you. I don't care what you are or who you are. I fell in love with you, Draco Malfoy, despite all the blood prejudice and the war between both our sides raging on outside the castle, she shouted determinedly, tears now falling down her cheeks. That's when you're wrong, I whispered. No one could ever love something like me. Will you stop saying that? Hermione yelled, her voice cracking. Why can't you accept the fact that I love you? Is it because you're scared of the word? Is it because you feel as if you've never been loved before and you don't want to know what it feels like? I'm terrified of losing you again, all over one stupid feeling. You remember the start of the year? We loved each other that much that everything turned the other way, and you almost died. I tried to push you away so you wouldn't be caught up in all my mess, but all I did was make the situation worse. Malfoys and love are just two things that should never go together, I cried. Just like a mudblood and a pureblood aren't meant to be together, but guess what? I don't give two shits about tradition and all that rubbish. I love you and I know you love me, and I want to be with you. I don't care about anything else, and we can get around all barriers once this whole war is over, and we can finally be together, like we both deserve. I looked at her straight in the eye and wiped away a falling tear with my thumb, before doing the thing I've always craved but never had the courage to do. I leant forward until my lips gently brushed against hers, Hermione closing the small gap between us. The kiss was soft, yet it sent so many waves of different emotions to crash. I put my arms around her waist as she put one around my neck and the other flat on my chest, right on my heart. That was when every memory that we've ever had together flashed through my mind. The first time we met on the train, all the way to the night she came back to me, all while stout lips stayed attached. I pulled back slowly and looked at her with wide eyes, wondering if she felt it and if she saw it too, and judging by the look on her face and the spark in her eyes, she did. That's never happened before, and I've never known it to happen, Hermione whispered, a silver tear escaping the corner of her right eye. Neither have I, but it was the greatest I've ever felt, I mumbled, resting my forehead on hers. She stared into my eyes, brown into gray. Our hands intertwined, mudblood crossed with pure blood. The more I stared at her, the more I needed her touch and her care, so I pulled her into my embrace, the brunette's small body fitting perfectly with mine. I don't know what you saw, but what flew across my mind was every moment we've ever shared together, including every fight and every smile. I know that to some people who are in let's say, relationship like ours, it would make them reconsider everything. But for me, it made me realize just how much I can't be without you, despite everything, but it reminded me of just how much I love you, which is why I have to let you go for now, I told her, feeling that familiar sensation burn my eye sockets again. When will we be together again? Hermione asked quietly. When the war is over. I'll come and get you no matter what. I smiled sadly, a single sob escaping my lips as I caressed her cheek with my index finger. We both pulled away from one another, but our skins still lingered on each other. "I love you, Draco. Never forget that," she whispered. "And I love you. Just promise me you won't hate me when I do what I have to," I told her, my voice cracking at the end of my sentence. Hermione just looked at me with a saddened expression, but even past that layer you could see the face she was making, telling me that I was a complete idiot without saying anything. "I could never hate you. Dislike you, yes, I've done that in the past, because let's all admit it. You are an absolute dickhead twat at times." She chuckled despite the tears, making me crack a small smile, trying to lighten the situation, but I never have and I never will hate someone who changed my life in the greatest of ways. Sobs began to control my body as I kissed her forehead and then her lips, our tears mixing whilst our lips moved softly in sync. After a few minutes, or what could have been days, we reluctantly pulled away from each other, both our bodies shaking with emotions stronger than we could deal with. "By now," I whispered, my voice barely audible as I grabbed a hold of her hand as I started to walk away. "It's not really a goodbye now, is it?" Hermione asked ever so softly. "I hope not," I responded, wanting to just hold her and not let go. "You know that place between sleep and awake, that place where you still remember dreaming? That's where I'll always love you. That's where I'll be waiting. For now at least," she whispered, her chocolate brown eyes looking the most alluring I had seen them, her orbs filled with both love and sadness. We both let go of each other's hands, each one of us missing the warmth each other gave. The both of us saying our last goodbyes. Chapter 43. Draco's POV. I continued to convince myself that no one knew, and no one ever would, but I was beginning to doubt my reassurance. The way his snake-like eyes would remain on me so intently always shook my nerves, almost like he was reading my every thought with a blink of his eye. We were all sitting around the long table filled with the inner circle of Death Eaters, my father on my left-hand side, not saying a word, his eyes a dark gray and his face sallow. My mother was sitting next to him, her blue eyes staring down at her lap. To say I was scared was an understatement. I was truly terrified. My eyes never left the unconscious body that floated above the table, the woman's body battered and bruised from the obvious torture. I had been lucky enough to get out of torturing those who were held prisoner in my own house, but I could still always hear the loud screams and cries of those who were being tortured to the brink of death and insanity. But the worst was all the dead bodies I had to see, lying motionless and covered in their own blood, all thrown onto the floor carelessly, left there to die or to shove there after they've already been tortured and killed. The endless nights of crying and jerking awake from nightmares never once stopped, always thinking myself pathetic for not being able to control my emotions. But then her voice always came into my head, telling me that I was only 17 and that I shouldn't be seeing and experiencing the things I do, and how I'm still strong no matter what the other Death Eaters say. But even that doesn't help my broken trail of thoughts. Nothing ever helps. I jumped slightly when I saw the body my eyes never left from wake up from its unconscious state, struggling against the invisible bonds. I quickly averted my eyes from the woman I knew as a teacher and looked at the wall straight ahead of me, avoiding everyone's eyes. "She is no niece of ours, my lord," I heard my crazy bitch of an aunt explained desperately. "We, Narcissa and I, have never set eyes on our sister since she married the mudblood. This brat has nothing to do with either of us, nor any beast that she marries." That was when the man who destroyed everything turned to me, his scarlet eyes gazing upon me, trying to look me straight in my eyes, but I refused to look away from the dark gray wall. "What say you, Draco?" He drawled out quietly, his voice somehow reaching across the table over the loud laughter. "Will you babysit the cubs?" I froze instantly, knowing the real meaning behind his words. I looked over at my father, absolute terror crossing through my body, but instead of looking back at me with anything to calm me down, he was looking down at his lap. It was my mother's eye that I caught, though, and something about her soft stare and that small, almost imperceptible shake of her head told me not to respond, and to not do anything but return to what I was doing before. The laughter soon died down as soon as everyone caught eye of the giant, angry snake. I soon ignored the rest of the conversation that he was having with the rest of his followers, not wanting to have any part in them whatsoever. But that wasn't the main of my concerns. It was that one sentence that he said, especially the way he said it. All I could think was that there was no way he doesn't know. He knew I fell for the most wanted Muggleborn. But the thing that irked me the most was why he wasn't acting upon his knowledge, and that gave me the slightest bit of hope that maybe he didn't know anything, and that the walls haven't been broken down yet. "And you, Draco?" That voice that gives me chills asked softly, his evil flowing around the room. I quickly shook my head no, too scared to answer, especially because I had no clue what the question was. But instead of pressing on the matter, he resumed speaking to the rest of the Death Eaters. "I just wanted to run away from this stupid manor, from this stupid country, just to escape all the evil, all the deaths and torture, and bring her with me, saving her from the danger I know she will be in until the war is over, and even after. I want us to be together, the most known pureblood child and the most known and wanted mudblood witch, defying all rules and be with each other without a care in the world." But of course reality always hurts like a bitch and is almost always the opposite of your dreams. I was pulled out of my thoughts when everyone went quiet, and the only sound you could hear was his heavy, angry breathing and the hissing of his immortal snake. The Muggle Studies teacher, Charity Burbage, had tears pouring from her eyes, her fate already plastered on every wall. That was when he raised his wand, his eyes an even darker red than the scarlet they normally are, his face livid. Avada Kedavra. A green light illuminated every inch of the room as the once breathing body hit the table with a loud thud. Many of the Death Eaters jumped back in their chairs whilst I fell out of mine and onto the floor, my eyes never leaving the lifeless body. I had to continuously tell myself in my head to not start crying and show any weakness as I saw that large, killing snake maul and eat away at the already dead body. I could feel the man's wicked stare on me, but I refused to crack. In my head, I knew that he was trying to break me down, so he had a reason to kill me, but even then he could just kill me with a flick of his wand. And he could kill her, torture her, just like he did that teacher that my eyes never left, no regret filling his bones, and instead getting pleasure of seeing another mudblood rid from the world. That's when her face, those soft features and chocolate eyes that I fell in love with, crossed my mind, startling me and making me freeze on the spot with my mouth agape. Only then did I look at the man who fucked up my life, finding him staring back at me with an evil and livid smirk on his face, his eyes seeing straight through me. I felt my breath hitch in my throat and my blood run cold as I swore I heard his voice in my ear saying, "I know, traitor." I gulped and looked back at the dead body laying on the table. But instead of seeing that old Hogwarts teacher lying on the table, all I saw was the brunette curls and the wide, lifeless brown orbs. Chapter 44. Hermione's POV. I sighed to myself as I walked down the stairs of the burrow and into the tent of the wedding's reception, feeling the soft silk of the lilac-colored dress I was wearing against my legs. I looked around, my eyes locking with the emerald green ones of Harry, then finally finding the baby blue orbs of Ronald Weasley. I gave him a small smile as he stood there, staring at me, but instead of feeling the blush on my cheeks and the butterflies in my stomach like the year before, I felt nothing. I turned around, trying to avoid the people I knew would try to find me, but failing when I felt someone latch onto my arm as I reached the punch table. I turned my head slightly, seeing a mass of ginger hair of the youngest Weasley as she pulled me out of the crowd and around the other side of the burrow, where not a single person was. "Ginny, please tell me why you're dragging me out here when we should both be at your sister-in-law's wedding reception," I demanded. The female Weasley huffed at the fact that the French brat was now a part of her family, but the eye roll soon turned into a small smirk as she muttered, "You'll see." She continued to drag me along the burrow's outskirts, nowhere near the house itself, when another figure could be seen in the distance. "Ginny?" I questioned warily, but she pulled me next to her, placing one of her fingers on my lips, before once again taking me to wherever she had planned, only this time much faster. It took us 2 minutes to reach the unknown figure, although I figured Ginny knew exactly who they were. The person was wearing a simple, black muggle hoodie and jeans, their back turned and hood on so you couldn't see any of their features. "It's okay, it's only me," the ginger spoke to the figure, "and I've got her with me." "Ginny." I trailed off, my eyes widening in fear. That was when the unknown human turned around, their steel-gray eyes that had locked with mine covered with thin strands of platinum blonde hair. "Draco," I breathed, choking on a sob as I sprinted up to him, running into his arms and placing my head on his chest as he wrapped his arms around me equally as tight. "I've missed you," he sobbed, placing his head in the crook of my neck as I brought him closer to me, tears of my own now falling. "As have I cried out, pulling back and crashing my lips to his, the both of us trying to contain our sobs as we kissed each other with strong emotion. Ginny was long forgotten as we held onto each other, our lips not leaving each other's, as we felt everything that the both of us felt. Draco pulled back slowly, tears flowing freely down his pale, sallow cheeks. I pulled the hood down so it revealed his entire face. His light hair thinner than it was the last time I saw him, along with his body. "Why are you here?" I asked as he held my face in my hands. "I couldn't stand being away from you without knowing if you're safe or not. And I think he knows. The way he looks at me during some meetings." He trailed off, his voice cracking slightly. "Has he done anything to you?" I asked, my voice higher than normal. "Well, I don't know," he whispered. "I woke up yesterday morning with these bruises." He lifted up the jumper, revealing his stomach, although it was barely muscle anymore. You could see 2 long scars, one directly on his stomach, whilst the other climbed up to his chest, due to the Sectum Sempris spell he had thrown upon him. But there, lining his torso the whole way up from his hip to his collarbone, were deep, dark, blue and black bruises. I let out a small gasp at the sight, and I could hear Ginny, a small distance away, give the same reaction, obviously catching the sight herself. But then the logical thought hit me, calming my nerves slightly. Draco, he wouldn't do something like that. He would kill you or torture you, not place bruises upon your skin. And if he ordered one of his other followers to do his bidding, it still wouldn't have been simple bruises, I reassured him, not showing my own fear. He nodded, not letting his eyes leave mine, the color still a dark gray. I sighed then, not being able to hide the upcoming truth from him anymore. "Draco, I'm going to hunt for his horcruxes," I told him flatly, but my voice still soft. To say Draco was shocked was an understatement. He stood there, his eyes wide and mouth agape, not sure what to say, fear also crossing his features, stuttering at first until he finally formed a sentence. "What? You can't do that. Hermione, do you know how dangerous that would be, even with your best friends by your side?" He asked loudly, grabbing a hold of my shoulders with his soft arms. "I know, but I have to do it. And the faster we do it, the faster this stupid war ends, and then we'll be able to see and be with one another again," I explained quietly. Draco looked at me with a broken expression, his eyes filled with nothing but pure emotion, his face no longer a mask that was void of any affection, but every emotion that he was feeling was spread across his features for the world to see. "I love you too much to lose you," he whispered, rushing forward and closing the small gap between us with his lips. It would have been a good few minutes until we pulled apart again, tears once again streaming down our broken faces. "I have to go now before people begin to wonder where Ginny and I are," I whispered, not wanting to say it, not wanting to leave him. Draco sighed and nodded reluctantly, pulling back out of our embrace, but not letting his hand slip from mine. "I forgot to tell you," Draco mumbled, smiling slightly. "You look so beautiful tonight. And you don't look so bad yourself in that muggle attire." I chuckled weakly, the mood around us brightening ever so slightly as he smiled even wider than before. "I love you, Hermione Granger, and don't you dare forget that promise we made months ago," he demanded, kissing me for the third time that night, although it only lasted a few seconds and the both of us knew that we had to get back to our families, whether we liked it or not. "I would never forget. I love you too much to forget," I whispered, stroking his cheek gently. "Goodbye now, Hermione," he sighed into the air. "Bye now, Draco," I mumbled, reluctantly removing my hand from his face. Draco took a small step back as he placed the hood of the jumper he was wearing back over his head, making his face look darker and more mystic in the night and environment around us, pulling out his wand to apparate away when I stopped him. "I just want to let you know that I don't hate you from that night like you thought I would. I told you I could never hate you." I smiled softly, watching as his face lit up with gratitude and love. He took in a deep breath before waving his goodbye, disapparating not a second later, his warmth still surprisingly lingering in the air as I found myself missing presence, the smell of peppermint that tends to radiate off his body not quite fading away. Chapter 45. Hermione's POV. Perhaps it has something to do with me, why everyone I care about is leaving. First was my parents, gone to the other side of the world with no memory of their true identities and unaware of their child who is fighting the wars in her head and the ones surrounding her. Only they disappeared with my own doing. Next, there was Draco, the small blonde boy, who grew up to be the man I loved, forced out of my life due to the different sides of the war we were fighting. But Ronald Weasley was the third, leaving on the most stupidest of reasons, but still causing misery amongst my best friend and I. I knew I hadn't spoken a single word in days, and that Harry was constantly worried, but I was too scared to reveal the real reason to him, no matter how close we are. He constantly tries to cheer me up from the situation with Ron, but little did he know of the owl I intercepted 2 days after Ron's departure. It terrified me of how his owl knew where we were, so I immediately packed away our stuff to leave, Harry obliging to my silent commands. From that day on, I kept the letter tucked away in my pocket. The small piece of paper gave me a small sense of comfort, that smell of mint that always tends to linger around him somehow evaporating onto the letter. I could feel my eyes begin to burn with tears as I thought about what may be happening to the 17-year-old blonde, the boy being too young to see the horrors he has to face every day. I squeezed my eyes shut for a brief moment before reopening them, pulling the letter out of my pocket and walking over to the corner where I always tend to sit and mourn in. I unfolded the sheet carefully, making sure not to tear the edges, and began to read, preparing myself for the wave of emotions I knew would be coming. "Hermione, if this letter reaches you, I just want to let you know that I'm fine and that I'm still alive. These days I just lock myself in my room and don't come out, and the only person who visits me is my mother. I was told by Snape that I didn't have to attend all the meetings anymore, and I suspect that he had something to do with it, but I still have to attend to major ones, or the ones regarding that bastard's takeover of the manor. Unfortunately, those meetings tend to be worse than the general ones, and there are always people slaughtered on our drawing room floor, their bodies left there for my family to clean up. But that's enough of me and my pathetic problems. How are you? I hope you're okay and that you haven't been caught yet on this horcrux hunt, although I doubt you have. You're too smart to be caught. There is another problem arising, though. Bellatrix has decided to search all over for you, and she has also forced the Snatchers to make you three their main priority. So please watch yourself. I don't know how I would react if you were to be caught. Enough of all those negatives, though, and let's start on the fact of how much I love you, and I hope you are safe and well. I can imagine you whilst reading this, your smile that brightens your eyes whilst your cheeks begin to glow a light shade of pink. You know, it's your face that helps me get through each day. Your smart and witty words, those eyes made of chocolate that are illuminating and alluring. Just you in general. Especially how I know I have to keep on going to be with you again, and I hope you think the same. Do you remember what you told me earlier this year, whilst we were still at school? How you'll remember me in that place where you still remember your dreams. And that would be where you love me? Well, I'm exceeding that, because I remember you every minute of the day, and I love you as each millisecond passes, and there is not a single moment when I doubt that. Just remember, Hermione Granger, you need to stay strong during this war, and you need to keep Potter and Weasley close, no matter how much of a danger they might be. They are a vital part in this war, as are you, and the three of you have the best chance of ending this whole mess once and for all. But the main thing you must remember is that if you are ever in doubt, or if you ever feel as if you can't go on, continue to think about how much I love you, and how much I won't be able to live with myself if I lose you. I really do love you, and you know I always have. Keep strong, Granger. Draco. I took in a sharp intake of breath as I felt the tears I didn't know were sliding down my cheeks. I didn't take any note of my surroundings. All I was worried about was trying to calm my breathing before it caught the attention of Harry. But when I looked up, I didn't expect to see him standing there, looking down at me with his mouth agape, his emerald eyes wide with confusion and utter shock. He didn't say anything. All he did was stand and stare, unnerving me as I couldn't read what he was actually thinking. "It hasn't been Ron you've been crying about, has it?" he asked, surprisingly quite softly. I shook my head no, not sure if my voice would be able to hold. "It's always been him, hasn't it?" Harry questioned in a whisper. "I've loved him since I was 11 years old," I responded weakly, more tears falling. "Oh, Mione," he sighed, pulling me up and into his arms, wrapping me in his protective hug. "Why did you hide it for 7 years? You all hate him. I'd be called a traitor amongst you guys, and I couldn't bear to lose you," I sobbed. "Merlin, Hermione, even though it is Malfoy you're in love with, I wouldn't hate you over it. You're my sister, and you always will be, no matter what happens," Harry whispered, kissing the top of my head. "I'm so sorry," I hiccuped into his chest, finally feeling the weight of everything slightly lift off my shoulders, and for the first time in weeks, I felt almost normal again, with a family and another who loves me and makes me feel normal and happy, something I haven't been in a while. All whilst those gray eyes, appearing molten silver in my mind, shone brightly along with his smile, his voice whispering to me, giving me every source of comfort I need. Chapter 46. Draco's POV. I knew I had always warned her to make sure she was never captured by Snatchers, but I guess I had never actually considered the scenario of if she did. So it sure did come as a surprise when the trio were thrown onto the floor of the drawing room in my manor. I was called down personally by my crazed aunt, and I knew it was best not to defy her, but I had no idea why she was dragging me down into the darkest and vilest room in the manor. She opened the door with that malicious grin on her face, walking in whilst cackling to herself, but I then caught sight of the three in the arms of Snatchers, the black-haired one. Obvious to anyone who knew the trio that it was indeed Potter, covered with what appeared to be a stinging jinx, most likely performed by the brunette witch. I moved my eyes to her face then, those brown orbs of hers wide with fear, whilst the rest of her body put up a defiant streak. Her eyes locked with mine, And despite everything around her and the fate she knew that was coming for her, she visibly relaxed in the arms of whoever was holding her, making me want to walk straight up to her and hold her in my embrace. Everyone whipped their heads around when the loud cackle of the insane Lestrange woman echoed around the room, sending chills down my spine. She turned her almost black eyes towards me, her pure evil grin brighter than I'd ever seen it before, or maybe it just appeared that way as I tried to avoid her at all costs. "Draco, darling, come over here," she demanded, and I didn't even try to fight her command. I cautiously walked over to her, trying to keep that mask of control left upon my face. "My friends here say they've got Harry Potter," she explains viciously, placing her icy hand on my shoulder. "Seeing as he's an old school chum of yours, I thought you could confirm the fact for us." I stood frozen as she turned me around to face him, Potter's face still unrecognizable to the others in the room. The eye that wasn't nearly as swollen as the other locked with mine, and that confirmed my plan not to give away any details of who the three were. "Well, Draco." This time it was my father demanding for an answer, his voice impatient in his drunken state. I can't be sure," I answered, trying to keep my voice level, quickly taking my eyes away the boy who had been my enemy since I was 11. I stared at the wall behind the three prisoners, too terrified to look at anyone or open my mouth to speak. I drowned out the argument that began to start, not wanting to take any part in it. I could feel Hermione's stare on my face, but I didn't dare look at her, too scared that I would break just by looking into her intense brown eyes. I was praying that her, and even her two best friends, would get out of my manor alive and unharmed, but knowing the ways of my sadistic aunt with her dedication to the Dark Lord and my father's need of redemption, I highly doubt my wish would follow through. "Draco." My head whipped to the side at the sound of my name, it coming from my father's lips. "Come here. Look properly. What do you think?" He motioned for me to come over to where him and the crazed witch stood, and once I had reached the two, my aunt pulled me down so I was level with Potter, our faces close enough that we could see each other's fear. "I don't know," I said firmly, standing up and walking over to where my mother stood without a second glance, catching my father's eyes that were filled with hatred, most likely towards me. "What about the mudblood, then?" Greyback growled, glaring at Hermione, who stared right back at the monster fiercely. I looked up in fear, knowing that as soon as she was mentioned, the trio would definitely not be getting out unharmed. "Wait," my mother started, her voice cutting through the room. Yes, she was in Madame Malkin's with Potter. I saw her picture in the Prophet. "Look, Draco, isn't it the Granger girls?" At that moment, I wanted to do nothing more than to curse my mother, the only person who has tried to help me throughout the past couple of months, for stating the truth, and it took all my self-control not to. I looked over at her, her eyes simply boring into mine. "Maybe?" She gave the smallest nod, one that could barely be seen by myself. "Yeah." I turned around, not showing anyone the guilt that had washed across my face, unable to stay hidden behind the permanent mask that was always worn upon my face. But then, "That's the Weasley boy," my father shouted. "It's them, Potter's friends, Draco, look at him. Isn't it Arthur Weasley's son? What's his name, Dash?" "Yeah, it could be," I answered in a monotone, my back still turned, not wanting to see if there was a look of betrayal on the brunette's features, even though she silently told me to tell them the truth about her. But what happened next was not something that helped the departure of the trio. The psychotic woman found out that the trio had possession of her sword, and everything went downhill from there. Potter and Weasley were shoved into the cellar whilst Hermione was dragged into the middle of the room by her hair forth questioning, which in the crazy bitch's mind meant torture until the answer came out. "How did you get that sword?" Bellatrix bellowed, not letting go on the death grip she had on Hermione's hair. "I didn't take it, Dash." Hermione dropped down onto the ground as her knees buckled, a small squeal of pain escaping as she fell, her face determined not to show any pain, but after a few seconds, the manor was filled with the first of many blood-curdling screams to come. The second scream came only a second after, following by a third, each one sounding worse than the ones before. I could hear Weasley's voice screaming her name from down in the cellar, but instead of scowling like I would have in any other situation, I felt like doing the exact same thing as I watched Hermione squirm under the powerful and painful curse that was constantly being placed upon her. "I'm going to ask you again. Where did you get this sword?" "Where?" Bellatrix yelled angrily. We found it, please." Hermione's voice turned into a sharp scream as she was once again put under the Cruciatus curse, whilst I stood there, completely helpless. I couldn't take it anymore, seeing the girl I love writhe on the floor in utter pain, so I went to take a step forward, not caring if I was killed in the process of saving her as long as she got out alive, but found I was unable to. Knowing exactly who would have been behind it, I turned my head to my mother, giving her the darkest glare I could muster, which happened to be murderous considering my anger at everything around me at that moment. "Let me go," I hissed darkly at her, but she didn't even flinch, probably used to when I have my dangerous lash-outs from the anger I sometimes can't control. "No," she responded simply, making my anger flare up at an exceptional level as Hermione screamed again. "If she dies, the blame is all on you," I hissed, feeling myself lose control. "What's it to you anyway?" "She's filth to you," my mother said, quite aware of my eyes, which I suspected to be the dark gray they get when I have lost every ounce of control, and I did when there was once again another scream that ruined and killed me inside. "She is the greatest fucking thing that's ever happened to me, and she is the most purest thing you will see in your life," I physically growled, wanting to just lunge at her to knock sense into the woman who gave birth to me. I turned my head back to Hermione's frail and writhing body, my jaw clenched and body shaking in pure anger, but froze entirely as I took in the sight. Hermione was there, sprawled across the ground, constant screams echoing around the room as she had tears running down her cheeks from the continuous pain she was facing. But she was no longer under the Cruciatus curse, instead having that silver blade that the sadistic woman always carried around slicing into her left arm, and I could make out a word that was being carved, but the letters were unreadable as blood began go cover the entire length of skin that was being exposed. "Please," I turned to my mother, much softer this time as utter helplessness washed over me. "She's going to die. Please just let me help her." "Draco, I'm not going to let you get killed by my sister. Look at her. She's out of control. She won't care if it's her nephew," my mother tried to explain, but I felt every emotion wash over me as tears began to fall down my face, no matter how much I tried to stop them. "I'd rather it me than her. She doesn't deserve to die, I do. I'm nothing but a fuck-up in this world, but she is the total opposite, and she deserves none of this." I got out before I had to bite down on my hand so my sobs wouldn't mix with her screams. I couldn't believe my mother was allowing this to happen, but then again, she was right in the sense that if anyone tried to intervene, they would be killed on the spot. But it still didn't help the tears that were flowing freely down my cheeks as I lost control of everything, my body raking with silent sobs as I watched helplessly as the life was slowly slipping away from Hermione's eyes, no matter how hard she tried to stay strong. But then they suddenly stopped, and everything was quiet except for the sound of Bellatrix's practical growling as she continued to carve in the word on Hermione's arm. I felt my breath hitch in my throat as I processed the fact that she was probably dead in the floor of my own home, not even bothering to consider the fact that she might be merely unconscious. I felt my heart stop as a strange sob crossed with a scream and a shout escaped past my lips as I sunk down onto my knees, but it was lucky that my mother and I were in the corner of the room and out of the sight of the others. although they were more interested in the girl who was bleeding onto the floor than us. I felt my mother's light tap on my shoulder, placing her hand next to me as I used her to help myself up, clutching into her as a lifeline as I couldn't remove my eyes from Hermione, my eyes raking over all the damage. But that meant that my eyes landed on her arm that was covered in blood, but I could now make out the word that would forever be brandished into her skin. Mudblood. But instead of falling to my knees in grief like I had before, every emotion washed over me at once, making my eyes roll to the back of my head and blackness overcome me as my entire body hit the floor in one fast motion. Chapter 47. Draco's POV. It was quiet. That was the first thing I noticed when I had come back to my senses. I slowly opened my eyes, but was met with a searing pain in the back of my head. I groaned as I slowly sat up, looking around, expecting to be in that drawing room with piles of dead bodies, but instead found that I was in my dark room. I slowly slipped out of my bed, bones aching and throat dry, and with a strong headache that was making it almost impossible to complete any action. I rubbed my hands over my face before standing up, only finding that my legs were too weak to hold up the pressure of my body, therefore making me collapse to the ground. I stood up for a second time, grabbing a hold of my bed until I decided my legs were able to hold the weight, and I made a move for my door, but stopped mid-step as the entry flew open, revealing my mother. "Draco," she called, rushing over to me and pushing me back onto the bed, noticeably worried. "Mother, I'm fine," I reassured, flinching in pain as she touched the back of my head. "Merlin, I should have been here when you woke up. Did you fall?" she asked, worry etching her sharp features. "Well, yes, but no damage was done," I told her, raising an eyebrow as to why she was so worried. But then it occurred to me that I could have been unconscious for longer than a few hours. How long was I out for? Mother looked at me with a guilty expression, almost as if she didn't want to reveal the truth. "A week and 2 days, she whispered, causing me to widen my eyes slightly in surprise. "How dash? After you fainted, they all got out by the time the Dark Lord came, so we were all tortured for failing, including you in your unconscious state," she explained sadly. "That bastard," I muttered, but then realization hit me. Hermione Dash is safe and alive, and her friends will take good care of her. My mother cut in, looking at me softly. I just stared at her, my face emotionless as I tried to process what she was telling me. So Hermione got out with Potter and Weasel, alive, whilst the rest of us had the same curse that was on Hermione placed on us for letting them all out. "Why didn't you let me save her?" I asked in a voice that came out as a whisper. Mother sighed and gave me a small smile, but you could begin to see her eyes glistening with tears, even in the darkness of my room. "Because I've already lost Lucius, and I can't lose you too." I didn't know what came over me, but I pulled my mother into my arms and held her there whilst she cried into my chest, my heart truly breaking at the sight of the person who has always been by my side since my birth. "I'm sorry," I whispered in her ear, "but I love her. I really do. And to even bear the thought of her being killed, especially in my own house, it ruined me and made me start to think irrationally. And this is the truth. I always suspected you had feelings for her, but why didn't you tell me sooner?" she asked softly. I pulled back to face and look at my mother seriously, letting all my emotions cross my face as I took in a deep breath, smiling slightly and sadly, my expression most likely matching hers. "Because I was as scared of losing you as I was of losing her." Chapter 48. Hermione's POV. It was terrifying. That's the first thing I can say when describing what war is truly like. This battle at the place I had called my second home was the most horrifying thing I had seen, and it shook me to the core knowing that my friends who I have grown up with are out there fighting for their lives, and that some of them have probably already lost theirs. So it came to a relief when the room of requirement held a small shred of safety, giving us the chance to slightly recover, although the three of us knew that we wouldn't be relaxing anytime soon. Harry, Ron, and I had split up in the room of hidden things, trying to find the small tiara that had been turned into a horcrux, although the diadem was incredibly hard to find. I was about to lift up a large box when I heard his voice, the husky sound hitting my ear softly, causing me to run back to where I knew Harry might be. Sure enough, the boy who lived was standing in front of a pile of old newspapers sitting on top of a scratched and decayed cabinet, but he was accompanied by 3 boys, 2 of them being the goons that call themselves royalty, although they most likely have zero understanding of what the word truly means. But the final person was the one with the platinum blonde hair and the leader of the group. Somehow, at the exact moment my eyes landed on his slightly dusty figure, he looked up, those gray eyes that I had fallen in love with boring into my own, making me want to reach out and hold him, cradling him in my arms whilst we escaped from the war. But his eyes also held something that I knew were the after effects of torture, myself bearing the same glint for weeks after my body had been convulsing on the floor of his manor from the constant, deadly pain. I almost made a move to reach out to him, but found Ron standing next to me, and I knew it was better to remain still than to anger the ginger, especially with the battle raging outside the room's walls. But despite the loud chaos that was erupting outside, the room had an eerie silence to it, the tension continuously building. How did you get in here?" Harry asked, breaking the silence, startling everyone, although only Draco and Ron jumped at the sudden noise. Draco looked over at Harry, quickly locking eyes with me before taking a short but deep breath. "I virtually lived in the room of hidden things all last year. I know how to get in," he responded flatly, although with a small amount of distaste at the memory of how he spent his entire 6th year. "We was hiding in the corridor outside. We can do disillusion charms now," Goyle grunted, but with a grin. "Then you turned up right in front of us and said you was looking for a diadem." "What's a diadem?" "That's none of your dash." "Descendo," Crabbe shouted, cutting of Ron as he shot the spell at an overhead pile of junk, causing it teeter for a few seconds, then finally fall onto the group of 6, each person running to avoid the falling objects. I screamed and sprinted forward as an abnormally large cage landed only millimeters from me, looking up to find Draco running towards me, him picking me up in his arms in one swift motion, and running through different aisles until he found one that was safe from the dangerous, falling junk. "God, Granger," he exhaled breathlessly, looking at me right in the eye before pulling me strongly into his arms, burying his head in the crook of my neck. I reacted almost immediately, putting my strengthened arms around his body, feeling him shake slightly, perhaps from shock or fear, or maybe something else entirely. The question was soon answered when a sob sounded from his lips, the grip around me tightening as he pulled me closer to me in a protective way.
"I'm sorry."
"I'm so sorry," Draco cried out, those small shivers turning into heaving sobs. Draco, what is it?" I asked into his chest, not pulling away from his embrace. "I let it happen, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And oh God, please don't hate me," he sobbed, unnervingly distraught. "Sure, it's okay," I whispered, placing a finger to his lip, which surprisingly made him quiet down. He looked straight at me, those silver eyes that always filled with the most emotion I had ever seen. He looked truly broken, the glassy tears that continued to fall down his pale cheeks, showing who he really was. "I'm okay, Draco, look at me. I made it out alive, with only a few scars. But the main thing is that I still love you, if not, even more. I saw you cry. I saw you faint. I saw you try to save me. And I'm glad that I didn't, because if you were killed trying to save a stupid mudblood like me, The words of confirmation were cut short when he placed his pink but cold lips onto mine, spreading every ounce of love he had into my body, my own lips moving with his as we held onto each other like a lifeline. "Oh, isn't this sweet?" Crabbe's voice sounded, startling the both of us, the Death Eater and the Mudblood. Draco and I slowly untangled ourselves from each other, although not leaving each other's sides, looking around at the other people, which happened to be the remainder of those escaping the falling objects. Goyle was standing there, looking blankly at the two of us, whilst Harry looked slightly sympathetic. Ron, on the other hand, was purely shocked, his mouth agape and ears slightly red with anger, but he chose the wise option to remain quiet. I averted my gaze back to Crabbe, who was looking right at me with a malicious grin, before raising his wand in a swift motion. Avada Kedavra. The large distance that was between me, the wand, and I allowed me to quickly dodge out of the way, watching as the green light hit a nearby cupboard. I gasped and looked at Draco, noticing that he had ducked slightly, but once he saw that the curse did not hit me, he turned absolutely livid and lunged at the boy who had been one of his followers, or perhaps one of his only true friends for the past 7 years. But what surprised me the most was Ron, the youngest Weasley brother, walking up to Crabbe and throwing a hard punch at the large Slytherin's jaw, Draco coming up and doing the same, the two defending enemies looking one another in the eye, a small, silent agreement forming, though still not a friendship. Goyle, who was standing only a few meters back, was watching the scene unfold, before he ran forward, pushing Draco over right as the blonde had whipped out his wand, causing the borrowed weapon to fly out of his hands and roll under a large chest. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Draco yelled at Goyle, his pupils dilated with anger. However, he was unable to let out his full rage as Harry shot a stunning spell at the daft Slytherin, causing the oversized boy's body to slump onto the dusted ground with a small echo of sound, Goyle now unconscious and utterly defenseless. Avada Kedavra. This time, the deadly green light was aimed at Harry, the black-haired boy dodging Crabbe's curse. "Don't kill him," Draco shouted at Crabbe, but the Slytherin took no notice. "Don't kill him." Crabbe turned to Draco and gave off a look, indicating that Draco was both traitor and filth. "Fine then. I won't kill your darling, Potter. But this sure will." He grinned maniacally, waving his wand in the air and muttering a curse under his breath. I gasped and jumped back into Harry's arms as a large flame in the shape of an eagle erupted out of his wand, and before we knew what was happening, the mass of burning fire was flying towards us, causing a small scream to escape past my lips. "Weasley, take her and run," Draco yelled out to Ron, who had come up beside me and taken my hand tightly before running off, dragging me with him until my legs had caught up to his pace, and we were off, sprinting through the aisles, Harry close behind us, the fire lapping close to our feet, but the Slytherins nowhere to be seen. "Ron, where's Draco?" I asked, panicked. Instead of answering me, he squeezed onto my hand tighter and continued running, and I knew he was purposely trying to avoid answering. "Ron Dash!" I screamed as Ron stopped running, putting his arms around me, barricading my body from the approaching flames. Harry ran up to us, the flames that were chasing him also flying towards us. Right as the burning orange engulfed around us, Harry had managed to put a shielding charm around our bodies. Once the fact that we weren't dead from the uncontrollable fire, I stood up, my legs slightly shaking as I helped my two best friends off the ground. My heart was still racing with fear and shock when Ron held out an old broomstick to me, and I knew exactly what the plan was.
"No.
I am not getting on that," I told them determinedly. "Well, do you want to be burned alive?" Ron asked sarcastically, yet in a soft voice. I grumbled and snatched the ancient broom from the ginger's hands, quickly straddling it and flying off alongside the two boys. We were flying around, trying to find the door through the blazing aisles, when a loud, terrified scream echoed around the room above the crackling of the fire. "Draco!" I breathed, thankful for the sign that he was still alive, but it was soon replaced when I realized that the scream was most likely caused because he was in danger. "Harry, we have to save him," I shouted at my best friend, fear coursing through my body as I thought about what could be happening to the blonde. Harry turned around on his broom, his green eyes locking with mine for a brief moment before nodding his head in understanding. He flew off in the other direction, Ron and I following suit, although Ron was slightly reluctant. "If we die for them, Harry, I'm going to kill you," Ron yelled, but I just rolled my eyes through my fear and ignored him, following Harry until I saw the mop of platinum blonde hair, my heart stopping as I saw him clinging helplessly to a table which was high of the ground on a pile of many other unstable tables. I flew as fast as I could over to him. The fear of flying and heights wiped out of my mind as all I could think about was him. After what seemed like hours of trying to approach him, I finally found myself hovering near him, watching his pained face as one hand clung to the rocking table, the other holding the unconscious Goyle.
"Ron."
"You grab Goyle and I'll grab Draco," I told the Weasley, receiving a nod from the Ginger as we made our way to the helpless Slytherins. Draco looked up as I neared him, and I saw the small patches of ash and soot covering his body. I held out my hand as I flew past him, and he grabbed onto it like a lifeline as I helped him onto my broom, neither of us commenting on the strength I didn't know I had. Once he was safely onto my broom, he wrapped his arms around my stomach tightly, not letting go, and I could feel his fast and scared heartbeat against my back. "I've got you, Draco, and I'm not letting you go," I told him, but I doubted he heard me over the crackling of the objects in the room burning. Ron, who had the unconscious Goyle on his broom, and Harry, who had a shiny object in his hand, most likely the diadem, were flying either side of me as we headed for the large brown doors that was visible in front of us. Draco tightened his grip on me until it began to hurt, but I didn't comment, knowing he was doing it unintentionally and in fear. His body was shaking against mine, and his face was pressed up against my shoulder, and I could have sworn I heard a few terrified sobs coming from his lips. And then it was there, the two large, black oak doors that held the exit to the blazing room, and before we knew it, we were tossed to the ground off our brooms as the doors closed behind us. I took in a deep breath which came out shuddered as the intake of fresh air entered my lungs, overruling the smoke that was inhaled. I slowly stood up, looking around at Harry, who was sprawled on the ground holding the diadem, and then at Ron, who was bent over and vomiting, but then my eyes found Draco, who was on face first on the ground, coughing and retching. I ran over to the blonde and helped him up, his shaking hands remaining in mine as he slowly brought his eyes up to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but instead pulled me into his arms and kissing my forehead. "Thank you," he murmured brokenly, refusing to let me out of his arms. I was about to say something in return when voices and spells could be heard nearing closer. I stepped away from Draco and pulled out my wand, knowing that the Slytherin had lost his in the room. I stepped forward, so I was standing next to Harry, watching the shadows that were projected on the wall become larger until figures could be seen. "Hello, ministers." It was Percy, grinning as he sent a jinx at the Death Eater, whose mask had fallen off. Next to him was Fred, the two fighting the Death Eaters with an upper hand. "Did I mention I'm resigning?" Percy continued as the jinx he threw at Thickness had caused small sea urchin-like spikes to form over the current minister's body. "You're joking, Perce." Fred grinned, shooting a stunning spell at the other Death Eater and watching as he fell to the floor unconscious. "You actually are joking, Perce. I don't think I've heard up jokes since you were Dash." The air around us exploded, and I could feel myself being thrown back with the force of the explosion. I kept a firm grip on my wand as my body flung into the air and then onto the ground hard. The air around us filled with smoke. I coughed and saw a hand in front of me, so I grabbed it and helped myself up. The smoke was finally clearing, and I walked forward to where I saw the mops of ginger hair, but I knew right away that something wasn't right. The hand that I was holding was Harry's, and as we carefully approached the three, I could see Fred's body lying on the ground, unmoving. No, no, no. I cried out as I attempted to run forward to the twin, but could feel those all too familiar arms of the blonde slithering around me, holding me back. No.
Fred.
No. I couldn't think straight, and I could feel the tears running down my cheeks as those blue eyes stared without actually seeing, with the ghost of his last laugh still etched upon his face. The boy who had almost always been there when I was in the dark was gone. Fred Weasley was dead. Chapter 49. Draco's POV. From the moment Hermione Granger broke my nose with the sole of her foot when our 4th year was coming to a close with Fred Weasley by her side, I knew she would be devoted to the twin for the rest of her life, and that she would always love the Weasley, just like she would always love her 2 best friends. So when the same Fred Weasley was killed in front of her eyes, I knew she wouldn't be the same. I was reluctant to leave her side after she had slightly calmed down from the anxiety attack that had overcome her, but she insisted that she had to go to the last horcrux with Potter and Weasley, and that she would be fine. I decided that there would be no use in trying to convince the brunette to stay behind, so with a soft kiss and a tight hug, the stubborn Gryffindor had disappeared into the dangerous night. It had been hours since I had last seen any of the trio, and there hadn't been any sign of their presence. But it was thanks to the 6th year blonde's optimistic words that made me believe that they were safe, and probably in the Great Hall with the student and teacher survivors. I was thankful that Luna had stayed with me for the slow-passing hours, and she made no sign of leaving my side, her hand grasped with mine in a reassuring manner. I barely knew this strange girl, and I figured the same went for her. Yet she remained with me, through my tears and through my worry, and the innocent girl never once remarked on my past or left me for the sides of the war we were fighting on. I looked out the window that was on the wall next to the staircase we were sitting on, and noticed that instead of the horrifying darkness, the sun had begun to rise, the light spreading across Hogwarts and showing the true destruction of the night's battle. "Draco, let's go outside," Luna whispered, standing up as she noticed figures starting to emerge from the front doors. I nodded my head, exhaling slightly as I lifted myself up from the staircase, my legs slightly numb from not moving for hours straight. Luna dragged me through the halls of Hogwarts until we reached the grand entrance. Multiple other students, many covered in blood, as well as sporting cuts and bruises. We finally stepped outside, the light slightly burning my eyes as all I was used to was the cold, lifeless night. I looked around, my eyes frantically searching for the mass of brunette hair, but they failed to find the nest, sending me into another round of panic. My hand held onto Luna's so tightly that she slightly flinched in pain. "Where's she, Luna?" I questioned, my heart racing. The blonde girl didn't reply verbally, but instead lifted up her arm and pointed to the right of her. I almost let out a sob of gratitude when I saw her standing next to Weasley, but the absence of Potter was noticeable. As if on cue, Hermione turned her head around, her chocolate brown eyes that used to hold so much life, but now a broken mess, locking with mine, her orbs widening and slightly sparking with an emotion that I deciphered as hope crossed with love. At the same time, we left our companions, and the 2 of us sprinted towards one another, pushing those who were standing brokenly in front of us out of our way, until we found one another, both our eyes filled with tears of relief. We clutched onto one another, our hands grasping at each other's skin and hair as we smashed our lips together with an equal amount of passion, not caring about the audience that we knew would be watching. I could feel the tears finally fall from my closed eyelids as I pulled her small body closer to mine, not wanting to let her go again, too scared that if I do, she would be completely gone from my life. When we finally pulled apart, I slowly opened my eyes, noticing the small trails of water cascading down her bleeding cheeks. Hermione gave a small smile and raised her bruised hand to my face, softly wiping away the tears that had fallen down my cheeks as I did the same to her. "I thought I'd lost you," I whispered brokenly. "I'm sorry," she replied, wrapping her muscular yet frail arms around me. I hugged her back with an equal amount of emotion, kissing her hair before placing my head on top of hers, only then looking around at the reaction of the other students. Some people were looking at us with their mouths agape. Others were looking at us with slight betrayal, most likely toward Hermione, but the remainder of the Hogwarts fighters didn't react badly and had small smiles directed to us on their battered faces, most likely because they had endured more shocking things throughout the night, and we were a small sign of hope. But soon everyone's eyes has been averted to the distant mass group who were approaching the school, and after Hermione and I pulled apart from each other, Hagrid could be visibly seen carrying a body as the Death Eaters, led by Voldemort himself, entered the school grounds. "Who's that Hagrid's carrying?" Ginny asked, her voice shaking as she was the first to voice the question. Either Voldemort heard the Weasley female speak, or he just wanted to inform everyone of his apparent greatest feat. He grinned, showing his sharp, stained teeth, visibly sending shivers down more than half the students' spines. "Harry Potter is dead," the Dark Lord announced, his voice merciless and filled with wicked glee. The echoing screams of grief that reached everyone's ears would be a sound to never be forgotten. McGonagall let out the first shrill noise, the mere sound sending fear through me and visibly a few other students, most likely because no one thought the composed professor could make a sound like that. But the next set of screams were even more terrifying, each chorus of "N.O." filled with emotion, the sound coming from the two other members of the Golden Trio and Potter's girlfriend. And although I didn't express what I was feeling out loud, I clutched onto Hermione's hand tightly, knowing that if the boy who lived was truly dead, the chance of us winning this war was very minimal. "Harry Potter is dead," he drawled, lowering his voice though his words were still filled with evil triumph. Ron had walked over to where Hermione and I were standing, his eyes a broken mess whilst Hermione let out a sob. "From this day forth, you'll put you faith in me," he projected, his snake-like voice sending shivers down my spine as I clutched onto the brunette next to me. Voldemort turned around to his followers, their numbers visibly outshining the fighters on the light side, but despite the tears that were being shed by multiple others, we all still held defiance and courage, not letting him win in our minds even if he already had in reality. "Harry Potter is dead," he yelled, although not to inform us that our only savior was dead, but to express his pride and triumph to those who follow him, earning a ring of laughter from the ones who were celebrating the downfall of the hero they despised. "Join us," he started, smiling wickedly, "or die." Hermione was now grabbing onto me harder than ever, and I could feel her racing heartbeat through my hand and on my arm, my own thuds matching the speed of hers. I looked over to the other side, my eyes observing everything and everyone, but that meant that they landed on the eyes on the person that once controlled my life, the eyes that were always a darker and murkier color of gray than mine locking with my own. "Draco," he yelled out, looking sideways in embarrassment, but I didn't give in to him, giving my pathetic excuse of a father the dirtiest look I could muster through my fear. But soon I could feel everyone's eyes on me, and I could feel every ounce of confidence slowly slipping away, my hand now clutching onto Hermione's as she was the one holding it to calm me down. The roles reversed. "Come here, Draco," he demanded again, but He was desperately trying to avoid the eyes of everyone, instead holding out his hand, expecting me to walk over like his puppet. I looked next to me at Luna, whose eyes were wide even though she appeared to be the calmest. I then looked to the other side of me, my eyes locking with Hermione's tear-filled ones. "Draco," a softer voice called, and I whipped my eyes forward again, knowing her comforting voice anywhere. She looked at me with sympathy, the only woman who was always by my side to defend me, and the women who never stopped loving the mistake I was ever since I was born. "Come," she ordered in her soft voice, and by the way she was calling for me, I knew I couldn't betray her, even if it meant I had to lose the most perfect thing in my life in the meantime. I loosened my grin on Hermione's hand, and I could feel her worry and her sadness as she desperately tried to hold on to me, but not preventing me from walking away. "Draco," she whispered, her voice cracking as a tear fell down her cheek, every ounce of her breaking as I took a step away from her. "I'm sorry," I whispered, closing my eyes as I felt the backs of my sockets burn with the tears I refused to let fall. I took one last breath before opening my eyes, looking at the betrayal and brokenness that was clearly spread across her face. "I love you, Hermione Granger." I continued to walk forward, refusing to look back, knowing that if I do I would break down on the spot. And by the sound of the sobs coming from her lips that entered my ears when I had almost reached the man who ruined my life, I knew she already had, leaving a lone tear to slide down my face and off my chin as I looked at the man who had defined me as a killer from the mark he burned onto my skin, thinking whether I should accept him or fight him. "I'm sorry, Hermione Granger." And in that moment, with him standing a mere meter away from me and the tears now falling at a rapid pace, I finally understood the true reason why she jumped. Because what's the point of living in a world when the only source of life was completely gone and out of your reach? Forgive me, Hermione Granger. And maybe, just maybe, I should go with the latter, proving to the girl that I would give my own life to, that even though I left her, I wouldn't die a coward. Chapter 50. Hermione's POV. He stood there, his blonde hair shining ever so slightly in the morning sun, making him look like an angel of sort, despite the blood and rubble surrounding every fighter and those who were surrounding him. His back was turned, but by the drooping of his shoulders and the careless stance, I could tell that he didn't want to leave my side, but went with the instincts his 17-year-old self emitted. But despite the truth, I couldn't help but sob against Ron, clutching onto the Weasley with my weak hands, scared that if I let go, so will every shred of sanity. Draco continued to walk until he was less than a meter away from the man who ruined it all, and I could feel his broken aura radiating around the courtyard, but perhaps I was the only one who could actually feel it. A small hiccup escaped my lips as more tears rolled down my cheeks, no matter how much I tried to keep them at bay. My eyes remained on Draco's back, looking at his torn suit, slightly charred hair, and the dirt on the back of his neck. But I also caught sight of the small twitch of his hand on the wand he had taken possession of, the movement so minor that I was the only one who caught it, meaning I was the only one who knew what he was thinking. I couldn't help but gasp as the realization of his intentions hit me, making me widen my eyes recoil back slightly. He was going to try and take down Voldemort, or at least try to attack him, but any person knew that no one but Harry himself would be able to take on the vile man, and anyone who tried to intercept would be killed almost instantly. I knew I had to do something, and quick for that matter, but the only option was to either curse him or enter his mind and tell him to don't do anything stupid, although both plans may have serious consequences. If I cursed or imperiused him, Voldemort would most likely suspect one of us and kill whoever he deemed guilty. But with legitimacy, I knew there would be the chance that I wouldn't be able to get through his walls to reach him. I took out my wand, watching him in what seemed like slow motion, continuously asking myself if to curse him or enter his mind would be more useful to save him. I went with the latter. It was a rash decision, but I looked at the back of him, closing my eyes slowly as I attempted to break through his walls as quick as possible before he realized that his mind was being invaded. I found a gap and took that as the opportunity right as he worked out what was happening and attempted to close it off. Draco. I saw him freeze on the spot, and he was almost about to turn around when I spoke to him again, my voice visible penetrating through his ears only. Don't. Whatever you do, don't do anything but walk over to him and accept him. He made a move to walk forward, but faltered slightly, obviously in question of whether or not he should listen to me. Please, Draco. Please. His shoulder rose up then down in what may have been a sigh, before he dragged his feet forward, finally walking up to the malicious man. Well done, Draco, he drawled, pulling the blonde into his bony arms, giving a hug filled with evil intentions to the broken teenager. I felt my world shatter as I took in everything that was happening and what it truly meant. Harry was dead, Draco was gone, and the world we live in was going to be overrun by Voldemort and his followers. Overall, our life would never be the same again. And I missed them all. I missed both Harry and Draco, and also Fred, and I knew I wouldn't be getting any of them back. I looked over at Ron, whose eyes were lined with tears from the known defeat. I sunk back into him, placing my head on his chest as I let out small, frail sobs, feeling him shake in my arms as grief overcome the both of us. We blocked out Neville's courageous speech as we focused on most likely the last moment we would have together without being on the run and the verge of being killed. I could feel Draco's eyes on my breaking form, but I refused to look at him, knowing if I were to do so, I wouldn't be able to look away. He'll always love you. Just remember that, Ron whispered to me, his voice hoarse. I knew that by saying that sentence, he had accepted the love between Draco and I, even if he didn't approve of the relationship. But I also knew it would have taken a lot out of him to realize that he had to move on, no longer being able to love me and get the same response in return. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, I mumbled, sighing against his chest in defeat. But the words hung in the air as the truth dawned upon me. There would probably never be Draco and I. Because I'll always be the Mudblood, and he'll always be the Death Eater, and those two statuses would never be one. I finally brought my eyes up to his side, and sure enough, I found the gray orb staring at me intently, yet brokenly. I looked down at his hand, which was clamped tight with his mother's, holding on as if everything will fall to pieces if he let go. And when I looked down at the hand that had somehow clamped with Ron's in the same manner, I couldn't help but think he was right. Chapter 51. Draco's POV. He was alive. The boy who lived who had finally been killed was in fact alive. He jumped out of Hagrid's arms, perfectly healthy and not immortal. He was there, flesh and blood. To say I was shocked was an understatement. The look of menace crossed with fear that was etched onto the murderer's face was one that would make you squirm in your sleep. And it was definitely enough to make over half of the loyal Death Eaters to escape the battlefield before they were caught in what they knew would be the final battle. Come on, Draco, my mother ushered as she began to drag me along, my hand still tightly clamped with hers in fear. But this time, I wasn't going to let the Gryffindor fight by herself. I shook my head, closing my eyes and taking a long, deep breath, only opening them when I could hear a distant scream. I'm going back to fight, I whispered, trying to take my hand out of hers but failing to do so due to the killer grip she had on me. You are going to do no such thing. Think rationally, would you? The moment you step foot onto that battlefield, you will be the target for kill, by our side, and there's Narcissa Dash. I jumped at the voice, not expecting him to be by our side, thinking that with the amount of cowardice he has in his system, he would have escaped by now.
No.
I'm not letting our son die out there. She spoke in a shrill tone. Well, I'm not going to let her die in the hands of someone like us. I hissed, narrowing my eyes. The silence that followed was filled with tension, and not once did the eye contact between my mother and I break. Sissy, my father started. He loves the damn girl. Just let him go. My mother was stunned into silence, her mouth not being able to force out any words except for strange syllables that couldn't be heard due to the whisper they came out in. My father, on the other hand, had a small yet pained expression, obviously sticking to his words, but not fully accepting the consequence. But instead of changing his mind, he turned to me, softening his eyes in the slightest way, making his ragged form look vulnerable. Go, he whispered, and I took that as my cue to leave, softly taking my hand out to the frozen one. I looked at him with the most serious expression I have ever worn, feeling some of the emotion that I once felt toward the man before it turned to hatred come back. Thank you, I spoke, my voice slightly shaking. He gave a nod, giving me his word that he genuinely means what he said. And then I was off, running through the raging battle, though not as dangerous and horrifying as the one that lined the night. She was all I could think of as I ran through the crowd of attackers and defenders, narrowly missing jets of light as the curses flew past me at a great speed, earning a hex or curse in return to be shot at the producer. I ran into the demolished castle, destruction on every wall and covering the ground, creating an obstacle course at my feet, but I still ran around the rocks and pieces of brick in order to find the brunette. I ran up a flight of stairs, looking frantically around for any sign of her, but found myself failing to do so. I ran past a pile of brick and plaster, almost tripping over a rock-sized piece of clay, but then found myself slamming into something, knocking me to the ground. I assumed it was just a wall or something that was inanimate, but quickly deciding that it was a human when they shot a silent stupefy that I was only just able to deflect. I looked down at them at the same time they looked up at me, and in synchronization, our eyes widened and our jaws dropped slightly opened. But then, perhaps from the fear and adrenaline of the war or the fact that we thought we had finally lost each other, Hermione Granger and I were in each other's embrace for yet another time in this war, teeth tugging on lips and fingers tugging on hair. But this time there were no tears shed, ourselves being too worn down to let out any more grief. I pulled back from her, searching her face for any emotion, but all I could see was her broken self. Her eyebrow and lip were slowly seeping blood, and the side of her jaw was bruised. But even through the small injuries that lined her features, the strong streak that almost always stuck to her was shining through, despite her worn and broken demeanor. I am never leaving you again, and I mean it, I whispered, expecting her to smile and accept my words, but I should have known better, Hermione remaining in the same spot with the same expression, although with slightly narrowed eyes. Do you seriously expect me to come running back to you like nothing has happened? She asked, but her voice lacked anger and disappointment. Don't do this, Granger. Don't end this now. I need you, I love you, and I don't care about this stupid war or the side that I'm supposed to be on. I came back for you. I left my family for you, Dash. I didn't ask for that, though, did I? I never tried to control your life. So don't try to put any sort of guilt trip on me. Hermione cut in, her pitch and volume slightly raised. I just looked at her with intensity, not once breaking the contact, trying to express my words without actually saying them, but not able to get the full message across. Can you please just believe and accept that I'm not going to let you go again? I asked, feeling my voice crack. Hermione sighed and looked away, her answer on her tongue, but still pondering over what she should do. I kept my eyes on her face, waiting for any sign of forgiveness, but it never came. Instead, her eyes widened with fear as she kept her chocolate orbs trained on whatever object was in front of her. Hermione? I questioned. Run, was all she replied with as she grabbed my hand and began to sprint, dragging me alongside her. "What the fuck is it?" I asked, fear starting to lace through my body. "Nagini," she shouted back, and I understood immediately why she was so terrified. We were being chased by a giant human-eating snake. I sprinted ahead of her, our roles now reversing as I was the one who was pulling her along, although she didn't fall behind. I could hear the hissing of the snake as we ran down a flight of stairs that led to the main entrance of Hogwarts where the battle outside was raging. The shouts of the spells, the sounds of the curses hitting people or things, and the screams of those who were fighting was loud enough that it continued to echo through my ears. But I ignored the horrid sounds as I continued to run through the building, trying to find an escape from the approaching snake. But the sprint through the first level of Hogwarts and the ground floor all was a waste of trying as we came to a dead end. No way to escape the snake who was rapidly approaching us, ready to lunge forward with its teeth bared. "I'm sorry, Granger," I whispered to her as our fate became known. "I love you." I turned around with my back facing the wicked reptile, bringing Hermione to my chest in a form of protection, hearing a faint mumble of what sounded like no. With another sharp hiss, the snake was behind us, and I closed my eyes whilst pulling Hermione into my body in an even tighter embrace. I was waiting for the fangs of the beast to latch onto my skin, but instead was met with the sound of a sword slicing an object. It took me a few seconds to comprehend what had happened, but when I finally realized that someone had slaughtered the snake, I turned around with Hermione still in my arms. There, standing tall with the sword of Gryffindor in his hand, was Neville Longbottom, the boy who I taunted throughout my school years for being the embarrassment of the school. But looking at him standing there with blood-covered wounds lining his body, I couldn't help but have the need change my views on the boy who saved my life. "Come on, guys. We've got a war to win," Neville smiled, trying to make humor of the situation. Hermione, who had emerged from my arms and was now standing next to me, giggled slightly, shaking her head in amusement. "Thank you, Neville, for saving us," she said firmly, walking up to him and hugging the once lanky Gryffindor. Neville just smiled and hugged her back before looking up at me and nodding his head in a form of truce, and I knew he'd gotten over the past. Hermione pulled back from the boy and with one last smile, walked back over to where I was standing. "Do you believe me now?" I whispered to her when Neville had gone back into the battle. "Yes," she sighed, placing a shaking hand in my cheek. "I believe you." Chapter 52. Hermione's POV. The small cafe that was situated a few streets away from my old house was one that was a safe haven, the small and cozy shop creating a sense of safety in the air. Not many witches or wizards came across the store, but I made sure to find myself in there every day. Draco, who was sitting across from me, was silently sipping on a cappuccino, a drink that he only just came to like. He had deep bags that lined his eyes, caused by the nightmares that wouldn't stop. I almost felt bad for him. If it wasn't for myself experiencing the same events, only the nightmares that crossed my mind throughout the night would make me wake up screaming and sobbing. Nobody's lives were the same anymore, each person experiencing their own trauma and grief, and each person dealt with it differently. Harry would normally sit in his room and not come out for hours, himself taking the aftermath the hardest. Ron occupied himself with gardening, it being something that had nothing to do with Fred, whereas Ginny took out her anger and sadness in Quidditch. Draco, though not taking it the hardest yet still hard enough, reacted the worse. Despite always acting fine in front of me or other people, I would always catch him when he thought he was alone, sobbing or punching walls, and even once destroying the flat that the both of us were residing in without being able to stop. But the worst was 2 weeks after the war was over. He locked himself in the bathroom for hours, and I could hear his desperate cries. But when I finally got into the room, I would have fainted if it weren't for the fact that I was basically immune to the sight of blood. But it didn't stop me from freaking out for days until I knew that he would be all right. He tried to cut out his dark mark. There was blood splattered over the white sink, and his clothes were stained red. But his arm was something that I wish I would never have to experience again, the inked section being sliced too many times to count, and a deep gash circling around the mark itself. Within the 2 months since that incident, though, he had been slowly improving, and soon it was down to a stage where his knuckles would be bloody and broken only once a week, maybe even less. But even though he had improved majorly, he wasn't better. None of us were, and the smallest of things could set us off at any second. But no matter how much we tried to hide it, we could see in everyone's eyes how the war truly took a toll on us, the broken look never quite leaving our faces. I looked up at Draco, who was staring out of the cafe window, most likely deep in thought. I couldn't help but admire his features, even if they were a bit scruffy lately, and it caused my lip to lift up in the slightest of ways. Almost if sensing my gaze, the blonde looked over at me, his eyes a shade of gray that wasn't too light nor too dark, the same shade it's been for weeks on end, beside the times when he snaps. I was thinking, he spoke up in a soft voice. Yeah? I could tell. I grinned, watching him roll his eyes. Sure, Draco smiled, before continuing with a more serious look. I want to meet your parents. That single sentence was enough to make me freeze and almost spit out my drink, the smile vanishing from my face faster than it takes to blink. Draco noticing my horrified reaction, himself raising an eyebrow in question. No, was all I managed to choke out.
Why?
Because you're afraid that they won't like me? He asked, voice slightly raised, but not with anger. I sighed and looked up at him, knowing that if I don't come up with something, he might snap, but also knowing that I was going to have to tell him the truth sooner or later. They would have loved you. They're just out of town, I lied, hoping that he wouldn't be able to see past yet another excuse. Would've? Why the past tense? He questioned, obviously figuring out that there was a lot more to the story than what I was letting on. I inwardly groaned as I figured that the truth had to come out now, but the mere thought of having to face the reality brought tears in my eyes, myself no longer able to believe the lies I told everyone else in order to make me forget about what I did to them. They don't remember me, I whispered, looking down. If I said that sentence in public, most people would assume they went through some sort of brain trauma, causing them to lose their memory. But Draco wasn't like most people, and he was so much smarter than everyone else, making the truth be one of the first things to come to his mind. You obliviated them. This time he yelled, causing some heads to turn our way, but they brushed it off as both a slang word and a typical teenaged relationship-based argument. But the harshness of his words, or perhaps they just sounded that way to me, made the tears that I tried to hide fall down my cheeks as I stormed out of the cafe, not even bothering to thank or say goodbye to the waitresses. I continued to walk down the street, my hand covering my mouth as I tried to contain the sobs that kept on passing through my lips. I found a small gap between two buildings and I ran up there, leaning against the wall as I took in desperate breaths that came out as loud cries. Draco found me not even a minute later, and although I wished that he would have just walked past me, I wasn't surprised to see him standing there. He grabbed onto my arm almost immediately and pulled out his wand, operating the both of us into our flat. But the seconds after the crack had sounded were almost as bad as torture, the silence creating tension so thick you could almost see it. Draco was the first to speak, although that fact didn't surprise me, himself always making sure to get every question in his head answered, although only recently he began to ask them out loud. So you obliviated your parents, and they have absolutely no memory of you, and you did that willingly, knowing the consequences, he started, running his hand through his hair whilst talking. So why did you do it? And when did you do it? I removed all the memories they had of me and replaced them with the idea that they were going to be moving to Australia. I sent them there because it was far enough across the world for Voldemort, I said his name with utter bitterness, to not find them. But in case he or one of his followers did, I removed all their memories so they wouldn't get killed because of me, I explained in a small voice, feeling the tears roll down my already itchy cheeks. As for when, it was the end of 6th year, before the fall of the Ministry and the start of the hunt for horcruxes, but already after he made his mark by killing Dumbledore. Draco tensed up when I mentioned our old headmaster's name, but I guess that the scars were still fresh for him, especially after everything he's been through. He didn't say anything for a long 3 minutes, but I didn't dare interrupt the time he needed to take to process what I had just told him. But the response he came up with was not what I was expecting. "Well, let's leave tonight and go get their memories back," Draco exclaimed, his voice so determined just to try and cheer me up. But the small spark in his eye diminished the second I shook my head no. "You can't, Draco," I mumbled, but he wouldn't take that as an answer. "Why the hell not? It's not like we'll be missing anything important in our miserable lives," the blonde responded, almost harshly. "It's not that simple," I told him flatly, but I could tell by the darkening of his eyes that he didn't accept nor believe what I was saying. "You're the brightest fucking witch of our goddamn age. You always accept the challenge. Or are you too scared that you might not know how the fuck to cure what you've done?" Draco growled. Instead of recoiling back at his words like I used to, I stood up straighter and yelled right back at him, not even taking a moment to realize what was coming from my mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry that I've already tried to fix them, only finding out that I couldn't reverse what your stupid master made me do." I screamed at him, my voice cracking with multiple emotions. Draco, however, just stood there visibly shocked, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was because I hadn't used until then what he was forced into as an insult since I found out about the truth of why he was who he was. But then, for the first time in literal history, he didn't react to those words. Instead, he walked over to me and pulled my sobbing self into his warm arms. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there with you when you did it. And I'm sorry that it didn't work," he whispered, holding onto me tighter. "And I'm sorry for being such a bitch," I mumbled into his chest, tears still falling, but my breathing had calmed down. I could feel him chuckle as he placed a kiss on the crown of my head. "I love you, so I guess all of your bitchiness comes with the deal of having Hermione Granger all to myself," he whispered, and I could picture the smirk on his face, and sure enough, as I pulled back so I could see his features, that trademark smirk was grazing upon his lips. I chuckled and shook my head, knowing two can play at the game he loves to play. "But I love you too, so it makes up for every bad part of me you get," I smiled, and although it was just a retort to what he said, we both knew it was true for the both of us, and the grin that lit up his face made one that was almost identical in size to cross my features too. "That it does," he whispered before bringing his head down to make our lips meet. Chapter 53. The family of 5 walked through King's Cross Station, huddled together closely, making sure not to leave anyone behind whilst pushing through the mass of muggles lining the platforms. They finally made it through the barrier, each member of the family safely making it onto platform 9 3/4, the platform that would never get old for the 2 oldest members of the family. 3 heads of platinum blonde and 2 with a brunette color looked through the crowd of now wizards and witches of varying ages, averting their eyes from one family to another until they found the familiar group of friends turned to family standing in a giant circle, parents and children bonding together as one. They made their way over, the Malfoy couple watching as their 11-year-old twins rushed over to their cousins, whilst their 14-year-old daughter stayed by their side, a small smile on her face as she watched the interaction occur, the younger children of the 3 families acting as if they hadn't seen each other for years. "You know, Hal, after 4 years of doing this, it's still hard to say goodbye as you walk onto that train." Draco smiled softly, his hands interlocked with his wife of 16 years. Hermione Malfoy grinned up at her father, cheeks indenting with dimples as she let out a genuine laugh, her curly, brunette hair bouncing behind her, chuckling out, "I think you're going soft, Dad." Hermione just rolled her eyes and smirked at the two's usual behavior, dragging her husband over to where her best friends were standing whilst he was bickering with her oldest child about who's better at the Muggle game Monopoly.
Boys.
Hermione slightly shouted, letting go of her husband's as she light jogged over to her two best friends, running up and jumping into their embraces like she did as a child, only this time more carelessly. She felt a tap on her shoulder, turning around to see her female best friends, untangling herself from the boys' arms so she could lunge into those of Ginny and Pansy. "Man, I saw you guys last week, but it feels like it's been months," Ginny commented, removing her arm from around Hermione's waist to around her shoulder. "Or maybe it just feels that way because we're acting like a teenage couple after weeks of not seeing each other," Pansy grinned, earning a laugh from both the girls. As the group of three finished laughing amongst each other, the whistle of the Hogwarts Express could be heard, the sound ringing across the entire platform, indicating that the train was about to leave. Hermione looked around for the three mops of silver hair. She knows all too well, finding her twin children standing with their father. Draco glanced up as he felt his wife's eyes on him and gave a large grin as he walked over to her, the twins following. He looked back down at them once he reached the beauty in front of him, Scorpius Hyperion on his left and Estella Helene on his right, both twin siblings sporting perfectly combed platinum blonde hair, but with dark chocolate brown eyes, the exact mix of both their parents. "You guys better hurry before your father makes you miss the train," Hermione smirked, earning a playful punch from the eldest blonde. "Come on, I'm not that bad. You're the one always talking to the girls for hours," Draco retorted, his wife huffing and rolling her eyes, causing him to burst out laughing at the known defeat in the light-hearted argument. As the couple joked around, their children only shook their heads in amusement, Hallie now joining them, quite used to the comical behavior, but then remembering that they had to board the train before it left without them. "Guys, we have to go before we miss the train, and have to drive a flying car to Hogwarts," Estella said with a grin, recalling the story her Uncle Ron and Uncle Harry told the family over a Thanksgiving dinner. Draco just rolled his eyes as he ruffled her hair, causing a groan to escape the 11-year-old's mouth as she desperately tried to comb the hair back down. "I'm going to miss you guys. It's going to be odd not having you two running around all the time," Hermione said with a sigh, not only having to let go of her oldest daughter for a few months, but now her two younger children too. "It's true, but at least I won't have to clean up after the mess your mischief makes anymore," Draco added, earning a snicker from Hallie as she looked at her sister's slightly guilty expression. "Admit it, Dad. You think our pranks are cool," Scorpius grinned, his chocolate eyes crinkling slightly, not at all worrying about the destruction he causes with his pranks. "In your dreams, buddy," was the only retort the oldest blonde came up with, this time Hermione giving the eye roll, before going on to start her farewells. The family of five said their goodbyes as the guards began to close the carriage's doors, the twins excited for their first year at Hogwarts, and the others knowing they'll be just fine. Before long, the train was departing and slowly rolling away as multiple hands were hanging out the window, the students waving goodbye to their parents. "We'll see you all at Christmas," Hermione yelled out to her children, a smile on her face as she watched them travel off into the distance to the place she met the most amazing and important people. She looked over next to her, her eyes locking with the light gray of her husband's, and couldn't help but think of everything they've been through together. All the good and all the bad, and all the love they felt together. And in that moment filled with pure love and happiness, they wouldn't change a thing. Author's note: a year and 2 months later, and with 53 chapters, we have finally reached the ending of this book. I know I had originally planned 56, but by the 6th year, I had almost completely changed the storyline, therefore, I wasn't going off my original draft. But does that really matter?
Because, wow.
That is all I can say with the result of this book. I've reached over 100K reads, and that in itself is just crazy. Never did I actually think this book idea would get somewhere, but look where we are. Not only am I amazed by the reads, but the love and support you guys have given me throughout the year, and a bit I've been writing this is just sensational. You all never fail to make me smile and laugh with your comments, and it always makes me happy receiving the notifications that someone is voting on my book. My writing has developed crazily over the past year, and you can clearly see that by looking at my first chapters to my last. Not only has my punctuation improved, but also my grammar and, in some cases, sophistication. I will be editing this book though, not now, mainly because I have many book ideas and a couple of books that I want to focus on, but I will eventually get around to it. So if you still have it in your library or whatever and you see notifications of an update, it will be the beginning of me attempting to edit all the chapters. So feel free to reread it once it's completed. Once again, thank you so much for everything on this book. I truly love you all to bits. Thank you for joining us on this emotional journey through Remember Me. We hope this story of love and redemption touched your heart as much as it did ours. Did you know that Valaryen drew inspiration from classic romantic tragedies when writing Remember Me? The intricate dialogue and emotional depth have made it one of the most talked about Dramione stories in fanfiction circles. It's a beautiful blend of angst and hope that resonates deeply with readers. Which moment from Remember Me moved you the most? Was it the emotional confrontations, the unexpected twists, or the moments of tender connection between Draco and Hermione? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this audiobook, don't forget to like this video, share it with fellow Potterheads, and subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks for more magical tales and fanfiction classics. And for those looking to show extra support, join as a channel member. You'll get exclusive access to perks and help us keep bringing these incredible stories to life. As Remember Me reminds us, love can bloom in the most unlikely places and heal even the deepest wounds. Until next time, stay magical, stay inspired, and keep finding love in every story. See you soon.